like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 2nd. Also, to announce that we will be in communication at a telephonic location at 217 Calle del Sol with Councilwoman Pam Albers. And if we could please have Bert Scott lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a 1964 graduate of Avalon High, and would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Bert. That was lovely.
Please take your seats.
I guess I have a small invocation, and this invocation, we should all have smiles on our faces because this is the first council meeting, I think, in a year that we haven't had to pause for a moment for someone who has passed. So let's all revel in this joy that everybody's alive and well today. And may we please have the roll call.
Mayor Marshall?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McGugan-Cassidy?
Here.
Councilmember Olson?
Here.
And by phone, Councilmember Albers.
That's in my phone.
Let the record show Councilmember Hernandez is absent.
He will be arriving late, but he will be here. Mayor Marshall, I just wanted to note for the public that this evening, when there is any voting to be done, that each council member's name will be read out loud and your vote will be spoken into the record instead of on the board there because of the teleconference.
Okay, great. Thank you. A proclamation. We have a proclamation of the City of Avalon proclaiming April 2019 as DMV Donate Life California Month. Whereas organ, tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. Whereas more than 113,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 20 people die each day while awaiting due to the shortage of donated organs. Whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic and African American communities. Whereas more than 600,000 units of blood per year are needed to meet the need in California. Whereas at any given time, 6,000 patients are in need of volunteer marrow donors. Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, donation of tissues can save and heal the lives of up to 75 others, and a single blood donation can help 3 people in need. Whereas millions of lives each year are saved and healed by donors of organs, tissues, marrow, and blood. Whereas the spirit of giving and decision to donate are not restricted by age or medical conditions. Whereas over 15 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. Whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles, and that will be next week. They will be here. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2019 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life California Month in the City of Avalon, and in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card, or by signing up at the www.donatelifecalifornia.org or www.donvitacalifornia.org, dated the 2nd day of April 2019.
Very nice.
Okay. Presentation.
We are going to take things a little bit out of order, Mayor. The Swim Run Americas is on our general business item number 9, and they are in the audience, and they have chosen to spend the night, so we are going to just let them do their presentation during that item.
Great.
So we'll jump to Jay Fowler from Avalon Environmental.
Sweet.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jay Fowler. I'm with CR&R. I'm the municipal manager. I'm representing Avalon Environmental this evening. Wanted to, there we go. Okay, get the clicker in place. I want to, this is the start of giving.
1 minute, Jay, if you're going to get the presentation going.
Good to go. Okay. This is a start of a regular quarterly report, but I am going to spend a little extra time this evening to give you and the public a little bit of information as far as the recycling programs and the state of affairs as far as state law. So sit back and relax. We'll take about 90 minutes to cover the history of trash. So in the beginning, 500 BC, the city of Athens, Greece, passed a law to place garbage outside the city. And since then, things have been evolving. So we'll fast forward. You know what? I got off on the wrong foot here. Because there was something that happened recently, and I want to address it. On March 25th, we had an incident here where our truck didn't finish 3 of the streets, and I know that you're aware of that, and I've talked to residents about that. I first want to start by an apology to our residents for that occurring. When I found out about it, I met with the drivers, and it was really a miscommunication as far as him completing his route. We have 4 drivers and 3 trucks. All he needed to do was let us know that he was running behind, and we would have gone and finished that street. So to the residents of Upper Beacon, Sunny Lane, and Clarissa, I apologize for that incident, and I believe that we've resolved it.
Thank you.
So 1970, the waste systems really start to mature, where a lot of municipalities start to outsource this to private companies, but it was still your basic hand toss, throw into the landfill, really no recycling. But it did start. There was an environmental movement. The first Earth Day was April 22nd of 1970. In the 80s, we started to see changes in California, specifically about recycling. There was an action of AB 939, which really set forth a new way of legislating solid waste in California and set new metrics about how waste diversion was going to be applied. And this has always been about resource management, but specifically about air quality and greenhouse gases. You saw the first starting recycling crates. I don't know if you saw those here, but where people would sort out newspaper bottles and cans into these recycling crates, and the companies would come by and collect them. 1980, we saw more advancement. More communities had rolled out recycling programs, and there was more focus on newsprint, bottled cans, and plastic and milk jugs. California did enact this 939, where they started to set down actually the waste diversion that was required by each municipality. By the 90s, that had been moved forward, where there had been a boom in recycling, where green waste was added to the recycling collection and processing for many cities. That was applied to a land application as ADC, and started also to use automated trucks and carts, so we started to save the backs and knees of employees as far as how we did this collection. There was a much more investment in technology and infrastructure as far as having material recovery facilities developed to enhance the sortation of recycling. So bringing it forward, the 21st century has brought significant environmental state laws. AB 32 was passed in 2009, which led to more specific greenhouse gas regulations. And just to recap the regulations that specifically deal with solid waste, AB 939, as I mentioned, was specifically targeted to diversion of material out of the landfill and setting, that 50% that we're all aware of out of the landfill, and really started the recycling programs. But it got a lot more focused. 2012, AB 341 was passed, which required commercial recycling. AB 1826 passed in 2014, related to organics recycling. In 1594, which we haven't talked about much, but that ADC, the land application of green waste, we will no longer receive diversion credit for that starting in 2020. And the last legislation I'm going to talk about is SB 1383, which is a statewide effort to reduce emissions of short-lived climate pollutants. This law established targets of a 50% reduction in disposal of organic waste by 2020 and 75% by 2025, and not less than 20% of disposed edible food is recovered for human consumption. So that last SB 1383, the rulemaking is still being processed and should be out by the end of April. We're hoping maybe for a carve-out for smaller communities, but we're not sure that that's actually going to occur. But any carve-out would just be a delay. It wouldn't be an exemption from this important greenhouse gas mitigation. So I want to talk about the recycling market in general. A lot has changed. So we went through this history of the state mandates, but a lot has changed as it relates of what we think is recyclable. One of the things that I'm responsible for is to educate not only the city and the city council, but also the residents of what is recyclable. But just a little bit of background. Newsprint was the bread and butter of all recycling systems. It was easy to recycle. There was a lot of volume of it, and of course that's been replaced by technology. Most people consume their news based electronically. 18 million tons of newsprint recycled in 2000, 2 million tons in 2015. So you've seen just a complete evaporation of that particular opportunity. Plastics. Typical laundry bottle made of HDPE. We're getting a little technical, but it's a plastic that is highly desired for recycling. So that's a highly recyclable item. What manufacturers are moving into is a different type of plastic, a PET, which has good recycle quality, but it only bought in markets when it's clear, like a plastic bottle. So that particular bottle is not really desirable in a recyclable. Speaking of water bottles, so your water bottles of today, in 2000 it'd take about 48,000 bottles of water bottles to get to 1 ton of material. Today, because of lightweighting of that product, it takes about 92,000 bottles to get to the same ton. So this lightweighting has also shifted as far as the weight of the material. So why does weight matter? Well, one, it's how you base your diversion. So we may actually be sorting more plastic bottles, but the weight doesn't register because it's been lightweighted. Also affects the commodity price because commodities are purchased by ton. Last but not least, our tuna can. Everybody, tuna in a can was great, highly recyclable. So a lot of prepared food now is in non-recyclable, like this polymer pouch. So where we have more trash, but less of it is actually recyclable. Last little impact is we've talked to the City Council about the China ban of importation of mixed paper. They have raised their contamination rate. This has basically closed the China market to most recyclables. And in a way, it's really a good thing because China is developing their own recycling systems. And what really has to happen is the way forward is that we develop our own markets for these recyclables. Is that me?
I don't know. What, do we know what that is? Oh, okay. Thanks, Pam.
Okay, and this is just a representation of where mixed paper was. It was actually at $80 a ton in January 2017. It's actually revenue negative currently for paper. Okay, so the way forward, education, inform. Let's a campaign working with the city as far as informing people how to recycle, gain buy-in of what a recycling program looks like. Keep it simple, just really focused on the basics don't try to get too fancy with our recycling. Emphasize that it needs to be empty, clean, and dry, and also use the bags appropriately. just a little bit of a progress report. I've been working, the low-hanging fruit for recycling has been the commercial areas. I've been doing commercial waste assessments with a number of businesses. Most recently, both Vaughn's, the medical clinic, and the school have all moved to source-separated recycling, which will give us an opportunity to mine those recyclables a lot better than having them mixed with the trash. Working with the Trailhead, the City Hall, and the Mold. I had my first meeting with the Vaughn's and the community church, along with a nonprofit food rescue program to enhance their food rescue program. They have a non-perishable food program. We would like to be able to expand that for more perishable items. One of the things that we need to do is look at as providing refrigeration for the church. The recycle characterization. So the city has placed out these beautiful pedestrian containers throughout the city. They look great. The signage is good. So working to schedule a date in April, we'll do a waste characterization, which basically is taking the recyclables out of the bags, sorting them on the floor, and then weighing them in each of their components. So I'm inviting the city council and city staff to join us. We'll set you up with all the PPE and let you do a little dumpster diving while we do our waste characterization.
1 second. Pam, can you hear me? Pam?
Sort of. Okay, wait. Remember, I have you on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, I just wanted to see if you were on mute because we have a lot of statics.
Yeah, the sound quality is really bad.
I'm almost done for this part of it. What's a presentation without a graph? So up here we show the weights for the fourth quarter of 2018 over 2017. Year over year, waste increased 208 tons. This is total, not diversion, just total weights. That increase is attributed to increases in C&D tons of 132 tons, in green, which is 110. Those are all good. Those are very easy to divert and recycle. Diversion was down slightly from 61% to 59%. And the makeup of the solid waste that we currently receive across the scale is about 59% solid waste. Green is about 13%, metals 4%, C&D is about 21.5%. So last slide, landfill management. At the current rate of used airspace is how you measure a landfill as far as its capacity. It's not just weight, it's how much actual airspace it has. The usage is projected through 2028. Simply, there's two paths to increase that. There is a possibility of expanding the landfill. That study was done, I believe, back in 2012. We've talked to Denise about revising that study and seeing what the options are as far as actually enlarging it. But really the way to really make this work is resource management. We'll work with the city to do all the recycling that we've talked about, promote the programs, but we really need to press into opportunities for organic processing and also solid waste processing. And my recommendation tonight is that the City Council would form an ad hoc committee and start to look at, one, the legislation, how it's going to affect the City of Avalon. There's likelihood of having a residential organics program that the state's going to mandate is highly likely, and be able to develop the technologies to be able to process that. So that's my presentation. I'll take any questions you have.
I have a question. Is CR&R, because you're other places, you're not just here.
Yeah.
Have you done any of that anaerobic digestion in other communities?
Absolutely. We actually have 9 cities under contract right now for their organics. The unique thing with CR&R in our process is that we're the only company in California that can currently take green waste and food waste and process that in our anaerobic digestion facility in Paris. Paris with an E. So we would like to, we would very much like to have representatives from the City of Avalon to come out and tour our facility. Mike Silva is the plant manager and really the designer there. He's been over here. One, he has a huge love for Avalon. He's over here quite a bit, but he believes that there is a way forward as far as anaerobic digestion on the island. Now, that's really for the city to decide, but we would really like to inform you about what those possibilities are.
So again, the anaerobic digestion would take care of what two products?
Both green
Green and food.
and food.
So what can we do about the others so that we can, like biomass, where we can extract the stuff from the landfill and create energy and something else? Are you involved in any of that?
Yes, there's a number of technologies, include gasification and transformation, that can actually be applied to solid waste. I think the direction that currently we're looking at and actually having some success is actually a flaking. It's a process that actually flakes the solid waste and makes it into a fuel. We are actually marketing this to companies that run brick kilns for usage of fuel. The one challenge that we have with that is to be able to get the state, and we've been talking to them about getting diversion credit for that process. So it would certainly help us manage the resources as far as the landfill, but we also need to get the state credit for it as well. And I can send you some more information related to that program.
Okay.
But yeah, technology is the way forward.
And is that something that you would pay for?
No, ma'am. We would.
Just checking.
It's my first report. No, we would. That would be something that we would need to work. There is grant money. A lot of the anaerobic digestion has been funded through grant money, but it is. Here's the hard facts: is these are unfunded state mandates. All the laws that I've gone through, and the waste generators are actually responsible to pay for the methane mitigation. So we would have to work with it. We can obviously capitalize, we can do that kind of things, but really we need to chart a path forward is really the first step. Because there's a lot of technologies out there. We need to settle on them and chart that forward. 2020 is right around the corner, in 2025, when we're talking about these type of projects. They're really nearby.
Right. Any questions of Jay while he's here?
Can you just remind everybody about the large item pickup with the process for that, and how many items get picked up annually?
I'm not going to be able to quote how many items it gets picked up, but there is a residential bulky service that is available. You call into our office. Thank you, Denise. It's 3 pickups, and I believe there's a limit on the items. But it's really for your furniture and mattresses. We are out picking up, I think, about 12 mattresses today. So certainly should be able to utilize that program.
Great. Okay. Cool. If there's no other questions, I want to thank you, Jay.
Keep the next report right to the metrics. Thank you.
So we're going to see you every quarter now.
Every quarter.
This is fantastic. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you all have my phone number. If anything comes up, please don't wait until the quarterly meeting. Thank you. I'm here about every other week.
Okay. And then if we want to talk about an ad hoc committee at some point, we can do that. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Are there any announcements or written communications?
We have 2 written communications on item number 7, and I wanted to remind the public that yesterday was the last day for vehicle registration, so you'll start being ticketed. And
is
there's
there
a late fee.
And there's a late fee as well. Yes. Okay. All righty. Department head reports.
Good evening, Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. Got one quick item tonight because we have a long agenda. Just letting everybody know about Front Street maintenance. They're seeing all that activity that we've got going with Public Works down there. So again, we're working on the serpentine walls, which you see the first 2 walls. Those are the most extensive repairs on those. As we go down the rest of it, it's not going to be that to that extent. But we needed to remove that loose material with a pressure washer, and then we put some special bonding agent, and have now starting to put a scratch coat and bring that back up to a finish coat. And then we plan on putting paintings that will withstand the salt water. There's special painting coatings that we can put on there that have smaller pore size that allow us to survive the salt water. So this should survive a long time during this time, this round of repairs. So we're doing the benches, electrical outlets, Wrigley Stage in the week of the 22nd of April. We're going to take that whole week and replace the tile on the steps. So we've put that notice out to everybody, and so we're going to be making some noise and a mess right up there next to the stage. So excuse our mess for that week, but you should see a much improved stage when we get done with that. Landscaping, we just went over town yesterday and purchased plants, so we should see those come onto the island here in the next few days. We'll start replacing all our landscaping down all along Casino Way front and all the way to the mole. And we'll also looking for some help during that date of the 13th when we have a lot of activity on the cleanup in the community. Casino Way restroom is under demo right now. Plumbing starts next week with our subcontractor. Dave Thompson Construction was a low bidder on that, which will be doing the plumbing, tile on that. And then also the Via Casino Arch, we just received bids today, but we'll be talking about that next meeting. I need to analyze those bids. Okay, that's it.
Good evening, Council. As for the harbor, obviously this last weekend we had a few more boats than we've had all winter, which was good to see. And we also sent over our mechanic to the mainland to get schooled in replacing out drives and how to rebuild them. And it was a 2-day, basically, training, which was a great thing. So that's a good thing going forward. And as you guys noticed, Jay Guyan's starting to put his moorings in, so summer's right around the corner. Yeah. So we're moving again with all our projects and heading forward. If you've got any questions?
How's the gas dock doing?
Gas dock's doing great. It's in the middle of the LA County Department of Public Works and the permitting. So it's hopefully soon. We're still shooting for soon. So we're doing our darndest. It's just out of our hands. It's just the dock was built with no plans, and so they had to go backtrack the plans and being able to draw them up. So Bob and Jordan's been working on that pretty heavily. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, so you see that it was advertised in the paper that we have bids out for the actual fuel station work on the dock, so that we anticipate having those bids in within the next 9 days. And then we require the contractor. The permit is into LA County Public Works. We would get the contractor on board while the permitting is finishing up. Get the dispensers put on to the fuel float, which is at our maintenance yard. It would then be able to put in the water, and then we'd be ready for that contractor once we have permits in hand to be able to finish up. So you'll see all the pieces kind of go into play here, and we anticipate having the float in the water before Memorial Day, but we can't guarantee that the dispensers would actually work before we can get the inspection on the permits. So that's the caution that we're handing out, but you would see the float in the water.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Captain John Hawking. I just wanted to remind everybody, if you do not know CPR, there's a million places you can go to learn it, whether it's the Red Cross, through the fire department, and tomorrow Avalon Sheriff Station deputies will be getting recertified in CPR. We have people coming over from the mainland, so it's just a real good thing to know. You could save somebody's life. Anybody have any questions for me?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Baker, speaking on behalf of Finance. As some of you may have saw, we had auditors on the island last week, and Finance continued to focus on getting the 18 audit done, and so that's been our focus the last couple of weeks, unless there's any other questions.
I would just like to ask about the numbered receipts. They were supposed to again start at January 1. That was the deadline we gave, and I believe we need a way to check as soon as possible to see that is actually happening.
Okay, I think the right course will be then I'll have to go and do an RFP, but have a contractor come out like we did with the hotels to do an audit of a selection of vendors.
Again, it was mandated for every one of those people to do it. We told them last year and then now. So there should be, I don't know why an audit, I don't know why we just can't send somebody from finance to their place of business and say, let me see your numbered receipts. Why is it so difficult? Can we do that, Scott? We can.
We can do it ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, because that would take another month. That would take months again. So I would really like to see that.
Matt, would you confirm that they are turning in numbers from the beginning to the end of each month?
So what we did is we modified the forms to require them to provide us with the first and last numbers of the receipts, but we could go and request the physical copies to back up the information that was provided.
So far, though, every one of them is giving you numbered receipts.
I'll have to go back. I can't confirm every single
Because I see
one.
receipts on the road that don't have numbers on them, that are litter on the street. So that's telling me that somebody doesn't have numbered receipts. So,
I will provide an update next meeting.
thank you. Yes.
Is there a schedule, Matt, for the 2020 budget?
I will have an update on that for the next meeting as well.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. A fun month coming up in April here, so I want to share some things we've got going on in the Community Services Department, as well as some of the community events that are upcoming. The 10th of April will be our first spring primetime event. It's Airport in the Sky and lunch. We'll be taking probably 15 to 20 of our primetimers up for lunch, view the green hills, as well as get to see the work that's being done on the airstrip there. So we're looking forward to that. I'm not sure it's going to be talked on a little bit later, maybe in a little more detail, but on the 11th, Thursday 11th, the Catalina Island Medical Center is hosting their annual health fair on Front Street, and that'll be from 9 to 3. On the 13th, and Jim with the Chamber will touch on this, is the Community Cleanup Day. On 4/18, Thursday the 18th, will be our Spring Festival. At this point, we've got about 40 vendors, both food and game vendors. We'll have music by Cruise Control. And this year we're going to try some stage games. We're going to try some egg tosses, some balloon tosses. I think we're going to have some qualifying rounds for a adult and a youth piting contest. So I think we'll have some fun with that. Followed by the 19th through the 21st is the annual Spring Art Festival, so the 3-day Friday, Saturday, Sunday art festival on Easter weekend. Our Community Egg Day is on Saturday the 20th, again held at Descanso Beach. We anticipate having 300 kids, 400 kids there. We've got 4 egg hunts starting at 10 o'clock, age appropriate, broken down. A visit by the Easter Bunny, and then this year Descanso and their staff will be hosting a pancake station for breakfast. We're currently taking sign-ups for T-ball and our summer day camp, and then we'll roll into May working with the Cinco de Mayo program they've had in the past and see what we can do to offer some more to that. So with that, any questions?
No, thank you. That was pretty.
Thank you.
Lots going on.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Amanda Cook with the Planning and Building Department. I just have one really quick, happy bit of news. I got a picture today of the beautiful repair of the first section of Stagecoach Road. John's been, our building official, has been going up there because these repairs are happening within the city limits. He says they've done a great job on the first one, and I believe the second section is starting this week, correct? This week? I think. Anyway, the second section, they got permission to work in the evening to proceed with the second section this week. So that's what I have. Any questions for me?
I'm good. Okay, thank you. Okay, city manager report. And none? City attorney?
Nothing tonight.
Okay, council member report.
I'm quick.
Pam, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you. This is during my phone. I hope you can hear me. I do apologize for the last 2 meetings. I don't know if anyone heard. I had a flip flop and
And that's all? I think I guess that was quite a bit. We're just so glad you're doing well, Pam. We miss you. Okay. You okay?
I'm quick. I wanted to point, I've missed the last 2 council meetings as I was traveling out of the country, but came back, and the first thing I noticed right off of the boat was these amazing new trash cans. So thank you to Public Works, thank you to Jordan, Audra, everybody who has worked hard on this. This for me was a pet project. I think Conrado Vega, Buddy Wilson, and I started talking about this when I was first elected 5 years ago, and so it was a very emotional re-entry back to the island, but absolutely beautiful trash cans, and it's nice to see that they are being used. So I am seeing less trash on the streets as well.
So I just want to add community service and admin helped in that too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I will be attending the monthly Gateway Cities Council of Government meeting tomorrow night. That's it.
About the new trash cans, how's our cigarette receptacles doing?
That would be Devin.
I know that we investigated and that we plan on ordering some. I don't know about the status of the order, and I'll report back when next meeting. Okay.
They're just waiting the city manager's approval. So there's a purchase order in her box.
Cool. God, I love when you guys have your act together like that. Last week I attended the League of California Cities committee meetings, the community services and the environmental quality. We talked about trash. We talked about recycling. We talked about lack of markets for recycling. We talked about new bills in the pipeline. In community services, we talked about flavored tobaccos. We talked about trying to keep kids away from e-cigarettes and vaping. There's probably going to be some legislation coming down that we'll probably want to support to keep the little bastards away from it. And
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't. That's true. That's true. And one disheartening thing is all the work we've been doing on the developer fees. There's a movement afoot in Sacramento to exempt affordable housing from development fees. So all the work we've been doing, affordable housing would not be, we couldn't charge the fees for it, the impact fees. That's moving along in Sacramento, so it's not done yet, but we'll see. And
does the league support something like that or no?
50-50. I mean, it's part of Newsom's, the governor's goal to get a lot of new housing built, 2.5 million units, but that's going to be tough. And one of the things, and our fee structure is like $30,000 a unit for development fees. So lower the cost of the unit by 30,000, take 30,000 out of the city's coffers, but that's beside the point. And I guess that's about it.
Okay. I have a question. So when people leave their bikes on the street, on street sweeper days, it's just as obnoxious as somebody leaving their car. Is there anything about that we do? Or can do? Or should do?
We could put notification on them, Mayor. Let me see if code's doing anything at all.
Okay, I don't believe so, but just by my observations, but because our bikes include, I mean, in our ordinance, does it include bicycles as well? Do you think?
I think we have a whole chapter on abandoned bicycles.
Well, these are not abandoned.
Well, but it will. If they're abandoned,
They're not moved on private property or put along the other side of the street, so.
What I would prefer for code to do is they'll print something up and just notify the owner to please remove it before we take any steps.
Oh, exactly. And Bob, this question is for you. The 45-day comment period on all the parking, when is that, and have we been getting comments?
It should be over with now. City manager and I were talking about this morning whether we do it the next meeting to provide the report or whether that's too full an agenda and then we would do it the next meeting. But then our plan is to receive input, see if there's any tweaks we want to do it, and then we get another data set now that we have, summer visitors coming, and then we'd see how it works. So there may be some tweaks you want to do prior to the summer visitors from what you've seen already, okay?
But are you getting comments?
Yes,
Are you
yes.
getting some?
Last we checked on just the survey that we had on our website, I think we had 24 comments, and we're looking for more.
Okay.
And you can do it through the website, or you can call us directly.
Perfect.
Okay, is this for the Vaughn's project?
For all
or
the parking.
that-
For the parking.
On Catalina and Sumner and the whole thing, and Beacon.
Yeah, but this is all these discussions and all these agreements we've made for how to resolve the issues. This is all stuff we saw. You didn't talk about something over the last month. That was
No,
different.
no,
Okay.
that was
Okay.
that 45
Sorry, I'm
day.
trying to catch up to what.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that 45
So
days.
when we went there and painted the curb and all that, we said we were going to wait for 60 days and hold those improvements, then get a data set, and then check in, and then see if we wanted to make any modifications. And
Okay.
then do another data set once we had a different set of users, visitors, added to that bunch.
Got it.
Okay.
And Councilman.
Bob, the signs that we have on Metropole is a full-size vehicle only, you know, on the
Yes. On the
west side of the street.
Yes.
Do we have any of those left over we can give Vons? Because they're full-size parking spaces utilized by golf carts a lot of the time.
Okay, we'll work on it. If we don't have one, we can get one made very quickly. Okay?
And just one other question. So on Metropole, we painted a lot of the curb gray.
Correct.
So that means that's just all-day parking.
Unrestricted parking, 72 hours in just the normal code.
72 hours, okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Until we figure out what we're doing, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And I will be attending Southern California Association of Government meeting on Thursday.
Could I ask one more question? I'm so sorry. Just that conversation sparked a question. Amanda, has there been any further discussion about the carts for Vaughn's?
Yes.
And I'm sorry that I've missed it if there was, but I did have a member of the community ask me about it, so it'd be great to get an update.
They submitted a plan for the cart containment. They had to get an encroachment permit from the city because they were proposing to extend the corral, you call it, across the sidewalk at the taxi stand so that when people want to take their cart down the ADA ramp to the taxi stand, they could get the cart actually to the sidewalk. So that encroachment permit was approved last week. They're moving forward with putting in the corral. It will be the perimeter of their parking lot with the exception of that small section down by the taxi stand.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, oral communication. This is an opportunity for people in the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken.
I went around because somebody's usually in front of me, but I could have come right across the front. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Jim Luchahan from the Catalina Island Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau and resident at 323 Catalina Avenue. As Dan alluded to, we're working in partnership with the city and many of our civic organizations to host what we hope will be the first of many Care for Catalina Community Cleanup Days on Saturday, April 13th. And groups will convene across the street right over here at Kids Park beginning at 8 a.m. And with the help of Avalon Beautiful and some old mapping that they had done, we've got the city divided up into about 10 quadrants. So teams will be tasked with going to each of those quadrants. City vehicles will be circulating to pick up the garbage and debris that's collected. And as was nicely set up earlier, the large item pickup, we've put that phone number on all of the promotional materials. So if your phone starts ringing more, that's why. We're trying to get people to do that even in advance of the cleanup day. And all of that is a community segment of a multi-pronged effort that we're in the midst of launching. And if I've got some time left, I'd like to just read some highlights on what the Care for Catalina program is meant to encompass. And we've just launched, it's in its infancy stages. careforcatalina.com is actually a microsite that's consumer focused on how to come here with a lighter footprint. So visit the island, but with a light footprint. When visiting Catalina Island, the need to be conscious of limiting waste and consumption of precious resources is paramount to the long-term experiences had by our visitors and residents alike. Likewise, limiting human impacts and protecting our environment are necessary so that future generations can continue to enjoy this very special place. And as a consumer would then navigate through that part of the website, they would find links to information from the Catalina Island Conservancy, including the fact that they were honored as Caltravel's Tourism Steward of the Year for 2018, the Catalina Island Marine Protection Areas, and the fact that we're a certificate holder from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council as an organization, and a lot of these properties are recommended by them. They are directed for detailed information to contact the Catalina Island Visitor Center, and then we give am I out of time? Okay. Then we give some specifics under a few headlines. Leave it like you found it, or even better, and there we not only give them hints about removing garbage, but how they can participate in volunteerism activities. We invite them to care for our precious natural resources like endangered plants and species. We provide information on protecting the marine life and links to the discharge ordinance for boaters coming into our community. We encourage them to pack light and pack right, where we discourage them bringing ice chests full of groceries and the like here, and talk about the fuel savings if the boats are lighter in luggage. And then sticking to the trail is another area of focus, being careful with fire, of course, for those who are camping, keeping wildlife wild, and then politeness when sharing the trails, camps, and beaches. And there's everything in there from smoking and vaping reminders to maybe not using your cell phone on speaker mode. And then finally it closes with the community-based actions, which is what I began with, the first of these community cleanup days. And so we're excited to be moving forward on this new project, and we invite the public to look at that page and give us feedback.
Great, okay. If we're having everybody deal with trash and picking stuff up, do we need to have those like dispenser machines where they can get, that foam that people put on their hands to keep them clean?
Sanitizers?
Yeah, sanitizers. Do we need to do sanitizers by some of those trash cans? Just a thought. And here's Paul.
Hello, Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. Hello, I'm just here directly from our origami class, which we just finished. We had Emmy Lamb over town to teach origami. We had 14 kids. The place is a mess. I'm terrified to go back and see what happens. We're also high on our ukulele class. That's going on very well. I believe you've been approached and are receptive to the idea of a concert here, City Council, or maybe early May. Think we'll see about that? I don't know. We'll see about that.
Just like a song.
Just one song,
tune.
maybe.
Yeah,
26 miles. We'll do 26 miles. 30 kids doing 26 miles. It'll go viral. It'll be incredible. Also, still continuing our family story time on Saturdays. We start Smarty Pants story time, which is our special preschool readiness story time this next Saturday. Continuing our parent-child workshops for toddlers. Please come if you have a toddler. Toys, resource specialist. I think this Friday, we may have someone from the fire department. I believe he's going to come and do child safety and fires. Coming up on the 25th, I'm going to have a scientist who's going to talk about chemistry, the magic of chemistry. That's going to be interesting because we don't have water. I'm going to try and figure out how to get water in there so he can do his chemicals. Doing a lot for Poetry Month. It's National Poetry Month. We're going to do little cutout poems this week, and next week I'm going to have people make little booklets of poems that I can take to the hospital for my adult story time, which I'm doing there. I'm going to have bobblehead decorating on the 18th. That's a teenage event, so teens, I've got 20 bobbleheads, come and decorate them. And then on the 16th, I have a special visit from Chuck Liddell. He's going to come and talk Avalon history. Please, that should be really interesting. Avalon trivia, Avalon history, that should be kind of interesting. Continuing, we're going to have our knitting on Saturdays, adult coloring on the 9th and the 23rd. We're continuing our Spanish and English language conversation circle. So we've got a lot of stuff going on. My adults outer space talk on Friday the 26th. And I'm working on some good stuff for May. I think I'm going to have marionettes for Cinco de Mayo. We'll see. It's just a Haynes Marionette Cinco de Mayo show. So we'll see how that works out. Thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure as always.
Awesome.
Val, are you going to talk? Oh. Anyone else? Okay. We'll move on to the consent calendar.
We have 7 originally items on the consent calendar. One is being pulled this evening. That's item number 5. It's on the Via Casino Archway, and that will come back at another time. First one is minutes from the regular City Council meeting of March 19th and the special City Council meeting of March 26th. We have warrants for a total disbursement from the time period of March 9th through March 22nd of 2019 for total disbursement of $1,034,202.61. 3 is to adopt a resolution accepting grant funds from the California Division of Boating and Waterways for the Avalon Harbor Waste Tank Pump Out and Water Fill-Up Facility renovation, and to authorize the city manager to be the authorized signature for grant documents. 4 is to authorize the city manager or their designee to procure per the city's purchasing policy by competitive bid at auction, competitive dealership purchase, or government cooperative procurement contract, a dump truck and a mini excavator that meet the required specifications outlined by staff for a total not to exceed amount of $140,000. And the second part of that is to allocate $140,000 from the vehicle maintenance and replacement fund for the procurement. Number 5 is being removed. Number 6 is to adopt a resolution appointing Mayor Ann H. Marshall for the City of Avalon voting delegate for the annual Southern California Association of Governments Regional Conference and General Assembly in May of 2019. Number 7 is to waive any irregularities and to award the Pleasure Pier and Float Project RFP contract to Catalina Island Coastal Tours and Fishing for the building and operating of the end float on the Green Pleasure Pier.
I'd like to pull item 4, please.
4 and 7 for me.
3 and 4 for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just 4.
And 3 for you, Pam?
As well, yes, thank you.
And did you want 7 pulled?
I'm going to let you, I think somebody already did.
No, yes, I'm sorry. Let's pull 7.
Okay. So.
Who's staff on 1, 2, and 6?
And I'm sorry, I need to abstain from item number 1, the meeting minutes from March 19th, please.
No, I would need to as well. And I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. And call for the oral vote.
Councilmember Albers?
Yes.
Councilmember Olson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Magoon Cassidy?
Yes.
Mayor Marshall?
Yes. Okay, item number 3. Pam, did you pull item 3?
I did.
Okay.
I did. So I have some general questions I can state them maybe I think here, and then if other JJ can maybe go in on this. So I know that this is to renovate these facilities. I'm curious how old they were, what we originally spent on them, and what replacement cost would have been post renovation. I know there's a 68,000 match, so there's quite a cost to do this. And then I'm very concerned for anything that we're doing now that we have a maintenance plan in place, so we know who could be doing the maintenance and when they'll be doing it.
Okay, so the post cost of the original floats, is that what you wanted, Pam?
Well, I think it's not the floats that we're replacing. You're doing the pump out waste tank and the water fill-up.
No, we're doing the floats. We have a grant for a pump out float, and replacing the float, the pumps, the hoses up to the casino area. So we're replacing. Our grant is for the floats, the float itself, the 40-foot float, and the all the lines and everything else going up there.
Okay. And so what was the estimated cost of 40-foot float?
I believe the total cost on that was like $299,000. I think I didn't bring that information with me. I didn't realize I was going to get asked that. Sorry. I can get back to you on that information, though. I mean, I have that at the office.
It's like 265. 265.
265, okay. 265,000. Yeah.
That's the 196 plus the 67, basically. Okay.
Correct. And then that it also includes all the pump inside the float, and the float itself, and all the pump mechanism and everything.
Okay. So we're not changing the nature of the pump out waste tank. Are you basically the same and accommodates the same amount?
Yeah, the waste tank just gets pumped into the sewer line. There is no tank per se. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll move staff to adopt the resolution accepting the grant funds from California Division of Boating and Waterways.
Second.
Any comments? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Albers?
Yes.
Councilmember Olson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McGugan Cassidy?
Yes.
Mayor Marshall?
Yes. Item number 4.
Councilmember Hernandez is
I'm sorry.
absent.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Item number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, I pulled that one, didn't I? Okay, so in reading the report, one of my questions is, how often is Public Works experiencing this multiple trips to the dump?
Multiple trips, I would say that, like, when we had the disaster, it was multiple times a day that we did it, so, and then, so if we're if we're on Pebble Beach Road, okay, and we're doing a cleanup out there, we could be making 12 loads to the dump instead of making 3, okay, and there's a lot of cleanup that you've witnessed. There may have been 3 or 4 times this year we did a cleanup. And then just normal cleanups that we're doing, around the other roads on the island, as we're picking up stuff. It's one thing about the flatbed truck, and it was stated in the report, is that the suspension is not in very good shape. The parts are not going to be available for that truck. Right now, it's pretty much if we need to have anything, we need to order it, and then there will be no replacement parts for that truck. So we're trying to make that hang together as a flatbed truck to haul instead of it being a dump truck. We did have a dump truck. It got salvaged. We anticipated always to get another dump truck, but we also realized that we wanted to find our way along as long as we could without one. And so, and that's even during budget, I stated that I needed some equipment to make us efficient. And this is that ask right now, is once we realized and spec'd out, and the 2 most critical pieces of equipment that came from our staff was that we needed a Mini X, because we want to have a small footprint when we're doing the saltwater repairs. Anytime that we're in the roadway, we want a small footprint, and that's what a Mini X gives us. Very efficient, high production piece of equipment that can get it done. And then the dump truck is a dump truck. We need to buy not a large dump truck. We need, something that you've seen there's a contract, like Jordal has a smaller dump truck on the island. We were very interested in that. It'd be very similar to that, not as large truck, but as small truck. It'd be very, something that was in relatively good shape, but we're also listing in our spec something less than 200,000 miles. Well, a diesel truck can last a while. We don't have a lot of need for a lot of miles on the island, but we do need a dump truck to be able to, and just even the logistics to coordinate, to call up Jordal Construction to be able to go get a load, and I've got a crew waiting there while while we have that logistics going. So it's very hard to run a Public Works and an agency without a dump truck.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but I didn't go back and watch our budget discussions, but I believe this was an ask that you had during the budget year, and I think it got taken out of this budget. So now you're asking for it. So you're asking for us to amend the budget, okay? Which is fine. I understand your needs for the equipment, but but it's a pretty big budget amendment. So my next question would be, what is the balance in the vehicle maintenance and replacement fund? And what is the impact that these purchases will have on that fund?
Okay, so under fiscal impacts, we did state that it was the net position was approximately $275,000 available. And these two pieces of equipment are probably the highest priority besides a fire truck that would come out of that replacement fund. And of course, the fire truck is a real big ask, and we'll be looking for ways to fund that, especially as if we do have development, the development impacts would be help fund that piece of equipment in the future too. So besides that, you know, we have other pickup needs, but you've seen me not ask for any additional pickups. What I did, I asked for a couple of golf carts, and then I bought a used pickup, an F-250 pickup that was already on the island. So you can see that we've been very frugal. We've salvaged a lot of equipment that was not efficient. It was just sitting there collecting rust. It was 20 grand in salvaged equipment that we added back into the funds to be able to provide for this. And then once we got ready for that, that's why we made the budget ask. But then at the very end of the budget meetings, I stated that I did have some needs and I didn't. And so the comment that I remember that came from council was, we do have this fund and you should be making an ask, you know. So that's why I'm here today. And we did our research. We made sure that, you know, these dollar amounts you're looking, well, you know, can we get it cheaper? Yeah, there's nobody knows better than us that it actually has to get this equipment that wants to save every last penny that we can, because we know that that penny we save is for another piece of equipment. So that doesn't mean that we're going to spend this $140,000, but what we need to do is be able to react fast to get that good piece of equipment, because sometimes especially a used dump truck, they're only available for a day or two because somebody else is looking for that same piece of equipment. So that's why in advance we're saying, hey, we need to go through this and then be able to make this purchase. And when we come back and report and we did procure that, you're going to find out that it had a lot of value because we're going to prove that value.
Okay, and so two more quick questions, if I may. I have no question at all about the value and the need, okay? So I understand that Public Works needs equipment and it would be better use of time and resources to have this equipment. My concern is finances for the city. So if we have $275,000 in unrestricted net position in that account, this is going to take half of that away. What is the unrestricted dollars? Can that go towards any department? And how much do we have in restricted funds, and where is that restricted to? Sorry, I'm looking at you, Denise, but I think that's a finance question.
Yeah, it's Matt.
Sorry.
So the fund balance, the unrestricted fund balance that is in the internal, the vehicle maintenance fund, that is money that has been previously set aside for the purpose of funding purchases such like this. It's not reflective of the amount of money that's available in the general fund or the harbor fund. It is separate from those as an internal service fund. Generally, what we've done in the past couple budgets is we look at all of the normal operating expenditures, labor associated with the vehicle maintenance, and then we charge that exact amount out to the various funds. So if we have 2 mechanics plus all the equipment and materials and their expenditures for that department, we divide that out. So the vehicle maintenance fund kind of operates as a net zero kind of business, if you will. We charge the other funds for what it costs to operate the vehicle maintenance fund. So that $275,000, that the unrestricted net position in there, is funds that we had previously charged those other funds essentially for the purpose of providing the vehicle maintenance service that they provide. So that $275,000 isn't the city's entire unrestricted net position. That is the unrestricted net position for the vehicle maintenance fund itself and only it.
So the fire truck and anything else to be considered is in that one line item.
So
of the
so
275.
essentially, if we were to have an urgent need for the replacement of a fire truck, we would then, if we approve this, then we would only have 135,000.
Well, I mean, you still could transfer funds that are available in the general fund to purchase the fire truck. But as far as funds that have been dedicated for the purpose of vehicle maintenance, that's the 275. But if, just say, the fire truck were to break down, we could authorize a transfer from the general fund to pay for a fire truck.
Okay. And then my last question, I'm sorry, Pam, would you have a? Oh, my last question was, did we look at leasing versus purchase, and whether or not there was any value to lease versus purchase used vehicles?
Can you lease used vehicles?
No.
I'm
sure you can.
Yeah, you most certainly can lease. I mean, the cheapest cost to you know, I can bring that back, but the cheapest cost is going to be to purchase it. Yeah. It's just if we can't afford it right now, would you want to forego having, because you're going to pay basically some interest. You're paying additional dollars from that instead of just making an outright purchase. We tried to craft this together. The one purchase is the Mini X, which we evaluated used, and we tried to show you that that's the number of hours, and those pieces of equipment can get worn out pretty quickly. And what we wanted to do was try to get under a government mass purchasing procurement contract, is get those discounts, that 20% discount, and get something that we thought would last for a while. And so that's why we selected that method on that one. On the dump truck, I mean, there's a wide array of vehicles are out there, but they don't stay there for long if they're any good. There's a lot of beat up vehicles. We don't want to bring something that's just going to be a problem here. I mean, we had that. Right now it's ready to get shipped off the island. It's not worth our time and effort. It's not safe. And the minute I became director here, I said we're going to remove all this unsafe equipment that we can't. We've got to keep good, safe equipment on the island.
Okay. Councilmember Albers.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to speak to two aspects of this. One is that the vehicle maintenance and replacement fund was operating much differently, and I think much more efficiently and more meaningfully in prior years. All department heads that had legal needs would get together and go over a list of existing vehicles. They talk about what was coming up, what was going to need to be replaced, and actually next departments were charged for replacement stuff, not just the maintenance. So this fund is underfunded, does not represent what we need, as you can tell by the fact that the purchase of these two small vehicles can wipe out half of the amount. So I hope that when we have a budget, staff will take a look at this and maybe review that there's a better way to do this, so that the fund actually represents what our needs are going to be. And then the only other thing is, 15 minutes on the internet, maybe flex some numbers here. I mean, I saw a 2010 Ford with the specifications you're looking for, with 110,000 miles and 30,000, and you're saying it's going to be 70,000. The same thing on the Caterpillar, there was 2,000 with 219 hours, 49,000. So I'm hoping that numbers are way over and that we're not going to be reducing the final messages.
Okay, as far as the prices, I mean, you're seeing. And I agree with that. We are going to find the best deal, and we're going to prove the value when we come back to report what we did purchase.
Okay, so I have a question on that whole thing because, not a positive question, because you talk about the short procurement window. Do you feel that if you had the ability to go to those sales, because I'm sure they probably list them, that they would be less expensive than doing the way you're going to have to do it? Because if that's the case, why can't we give them permission now with the handful of money to go over and go to an auction if it would be cheaper.
And that's what this agenda item does. For the dump truck, it's to bid at competitive auction, competitive dealership purchase, or government cooperative procurement contract. Okay, so what we're asking is any of those methods, and that's just so it satisfies both conditions for both pieces of equipment. But we do. We're finding the best vehicles at dealers, okay, then instead of the auctions. We want to be able to go to the auctions, take our mechanic, go through the equipment.
Good. I'm sorry. I read that far, and then the therefore I didn't read.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay.
So good job. Okay. What's the pleasure? Authorize.
I'll move staff.
Okay. Moved in second. Conversation. Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Albers?
Yes.
Councilmember Olson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McGuigan Cassidy?
Yes.
Mayor Marshall?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hernandez is absent.
Item number 7.
I don't know where you want to start on this, Mayor. I have provided you with some additional documents, and I want, for the record again, to say that we did receive 2 written communications on this item. One of them was the statements from Haley Stickler at the last council meeting, and the other one was from Doug Shelton.
Yes.
Do you want me to start?
Go ahead.
The only reason I pulled it is because I wanted to ask that a stipulation be added that to the agreement, the lease agreement, that there would be no restaurant built, or how I'm not sure how to say that. No food services that require health department.
Correct.
However that's legally appropriate to say, I just wanted to add that, and that was my only request.
And we are also kind of still asking to negotiate that. There was one other little part that was going to continue to be discussed. The $30,000 was that? Because I think council is still saying don't approve that part.
Correct.
I mean, staff.
So we figure there would have to be strong justification if we were pulling the agreement.
I stand by my points at the last meeting where I think that the bid docket was ambiguous enough that you've got to read all the way to the bitter end before we found that the city can accept anything. When it talks about what they're going to get charged, it's fairly explicit that it will be charged, the going rates, going lease rates. And so I think we're leaving money on the table. And I'm also a little bit concerned in that we had a deal that we undid that would have had the float in the harbor for the last couple of years, and we would have received more money. And I think that we need to go rebid it.
If I can make a comment on that, Oli.
Yes.
When it comes to the dollars and cents of the pro forma that I provided you, it also shows that there's some tradables that were created within this negotiation. We currently have 3 city lease moorings that we are willing to basically let the city rent those at the current, or at the summer rates, and gain revenue from those moorings, which is a considerable amount. When it comes down to the dollars, I'm looking at over a 7-year period, the city just approving a $22,000 trade for us because of the investment that we're going to have to put into this float. In return for that, by providing those moorings back to you folks to be able to rent and make revenue, you're looking at excess of almost $19,000 a year to be able to get revenue from the moorings that I'm going to provide back. So
Same argument by the other company too.
I'm sorry?
It was the same argument by Adventure Tours. They had leased moorings that they would park the short boats on the float. So. Also, I'm concerned. I think we need to see, assuming this gets approved, I think we need to see the plans before they go out.
Absolutely.
Because I don't think we want to have another repeat of our 21 passenger boats turned into six packs.
Well, we actually have larger boat in the harbor. It's been delivered. I don't know if you've seen it. I've talked to Cindy about being able to come out and take a look at it, as well as the mayor as well. So please feel free to come out if you'd like to see our bigger boats. Setting aside the shore boat piece of this, seems to be two different discussions over this whole topic. I mean, we're looking at the overall objective of this RFP was to relieve congestion in the harbor. And we, of any company in this harbor, have the ability to impact the congestion issues that we see in the harbor. The sheer numbers that I shared with you at the last meeting, over 80,000 riders that we, with the shoreboat piece, did on our own. And then another 24,000+ riders with just our touring business. So we operate 7 boats in the harbor, one of the higher numbers of boats within the harbor, and we can impact that by having our own specific location that we can call basically our main home to be able to bring those boats in. So we do feel that we would impact what that overall objective of the RFP, which would be to relieve that congestion.
I understand that. It's just, we had a deal that we undid. And if we hadn't undid it, we wouldn't be here today. But that's my point.
Council?
One other stipulation that I wanted to add, if it is approved, is that to revisit the agreement that all leased moorings, should the relationship dissipate between the city and Catalina Coastal Tours, whether that be with Shoreboat or with this float, that those moorings would not remain your leased moorings, that those would go back to the city.
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening. I wasn't actually going to get up tonight. I just wanted to listen, and I just, for the record, Scott, how many does your new boat hold? Your bigger boat? Does it hold 21? No, it doesn't. It holds 12. It doesn't hold 21. So I think that's kind of important, because yes, they're bigger boats, but he's not verifying or specifying how many people they're holding, but since the very beginning, he's been promising you 21. And I understand that the shoreboat is completely different than the float, but I think it is important to acknowledge that he has promised you things before and has been unable to fulfill them so far. Thank you for bringing up that you guys had basically this exact same deal that you denied so that you could get more money. Also, that, yes, you're right, if we sat on the float, you guys would have those moorings available for nightly fees as well, and you'd be making even more money because our boats sit on a 50-foot mooring, or they sit on a 70 to 80-foot mooring. So it's more per night, I mean, if you really want to get down to it. And then the other thing is, just kind of throwing these back, is, some of these, and I bring it up just because I wrote this long letter, and I'm sure, I know at least one of you read it because you responded, so thank you for that. But I just say that had the public known that the City of Avalon would even consider any of these irregularities, that you only waive for Catalina Coastal Tours. You have not waived for when we were the only person that put in the RFP for the shoreboat service. I guarantee you that there would have been other operators. I think there's other operators in the harbor that would be absolutely interested in a free-for-all bid for the float. At the meeting on December 4th, Cindy, you said that you wanted more meat and potatoes in the RFP. And I know that you guys are going to stick by
I need to correct you on that, because I did actually watch that meeting again this morning.
Okay.
The meat and potatoes that I was specifically referring to was the decision-making criteria. And it was specifically saying that if if Jane puts in a bid and John puts in a bid and they're identical bids, it's too subjective for us to make a decision. I wanted criteria that said, this is how you're going to decide amongst these two identical bids. So that's what that
Well, and thank you for that clarification. But what I was going to start to say was that I love that last thing that you guys are holding to, is that you guys have the power to pick anything that you want. You can waive anything, you can do whatever. And that's great. It's kind of like in job descriptions when we say, and duties as assigned. It's catch-all. It's a CYA, right? So that's what you've done here. I think that it was supposed to be announced on February 19th. It didn't get announced until March 19th. There was a month in between, and so I'm a little wanting to know why that was as well. I think my thing is that maybe it wasn't put in and there were some backdoor deals being done.
I take exception to that.
And
personally.
No, and I mean, again, that's why I said in my opinion. I'm not saying that it's fact.
We're in litigation and we actually have a hearing on Thursday, so I would advise the council to, she can say whatever you want during public comment, but it's appropriate to just pick them in.
I know, but can Denise respond? Denise, are you prepared to respond to the one thing that she just said?
I certainly am. I have an email here as proof when we received, it's time-stamped, of when all bids had to be received electronically as well at City Hall, and acknowledging to the applicant of when I received it, and it's on the date.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that clarification. And then, about alleviating congestion and not making money, that was another point that was made at the last City Council. I just want to know if all of a sudden you guys are so worried about alleviating congestion and not making money, then why were you so adamant about driving in a $58,000 invoice to us? Why? Is it because his last name's not Stickler?
We can't respond to that.
I totally understand.
You want the public to hear this.
I do. I absolutely do, because I don't understand. I don't know what my dad did to upset all of you guys. I wish I could say sorry for him, but I'm not him. But what I do know is that I'm Island Enterprises right now, and I hope to be it moving forward, as long as the city will stop trying to pull apart our business.
And again, I take exception to that, because while you have the right to say what you want to say, we do not have the ability to respond and correct statements because of the litigation that Island Navigation, the lawsuit that you filed against the city. So you're tying our hands to be able to come say what you want to say, but when the accusations come that the council has done something wrong, I take exception to that. When the accusations are made that we are personally trying to put you out of business, I take exception to those. And I have hundreds of emails from 5 years of being a city council member trying to negotiate and having meetings and talking through things. So when you say that the city hasn't done this or the city hasn't done that, I take exception to it because it's public record. We have. We just can't respond to the allegations specifically because of the lawsuit that you filed.
I'm just saying that voting for this deal, which is a sweeter deal and a great deal for you, Scott, after denying us and then trying to gouge us and saying your hands are tied, I understand. And I don't want you to feel that I'm attacking you. I'm just putting it out there because it's not just me. There's other people in the community that have come up to me. They see your actions. You can say what you want, but your actions are showing that you just don't want us here.
If I may respond, anytime someone's integrity is put up on the table, I'll react to it. Our company has been very forthcoming in everything we've done. We work very hard to do what we do. And so in reaction to about the passenger count with our boats, it's very simple. The contract states 36 passengers. It does say 2 21-passenger boats, but we have the ability to actually hold up to 54 passengers. So we are actually exceeding the contract based upon the quantity of vessels we have. So I will not apologize for not having a 21-passenger boat, because we are obviously doing our job. I know you folks can't react to some of those things, but I sure can react to it because it's my personal opinion. And I am tired of hearing a victim standpoint. There's a point in life where you actually have to be accountable for your actions, and this is the accountability time. So I just would like to just make that comment that a lot of us in the community are really tired of hearing it too. So, do I have any questions on my bid?
Not from me.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Albers, you good? Okay.
Pam, are you there? She may have lost her for a minute.
This row.
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay. Doug Shelton with Island Water Charters Parasail. I believe this is not a good deal for the city for just one main reason. You had made a deal, and it was clear to me that when you went out with RFP, it wasn't a good enough deal. It needed to be more. And that's why we didn't bid it. We have the resources to bid it, but we were convinced by the meetings that I saw that I wasn't going to waste your time and put in something like this. So he put in this bid, and now you're at a point where you're ready to accept a deal that is far less than what you had. And the congestion issue, the previous deal dealt with the congestion the same as this does, except you receive revenue. And on this one, it's a long time before you're going to see any revenue. So I just don't think it's right. Like I said in the letter I wrote, I said, reinstate the deal you made, or put it out and let us all know that, yeah, forget what we wrote, that we want our nightly rate for everything, which adds up to a lot of money. That's why nobody really put in a bid, to build that and pay nightly on top of that. It just doesn't make sense to me that you would entertain this deal when you rescinded one that was better and accomplished the same thing.
Okay,
and you scared us off by the terms that you put in there. And you could say, oh, it said put anything, but it was clear to me and other people that I know that we all felt that's what you were after. There was no point in putting in something less because it wasn't even going to be looked at, and it takes a lot of effort to put a bid together and respond. And we didn't want to waste your time, we didn't want to waste our time. So that's my personal opinion on the whole thing, and I think the city should not take the deal because it's not the best deal that you can get. So.
I think my question, and I had responded back to one of your comments to you, but I guess, and this is a little bit for Haley too, why I could see based on this that Island Navigation and possibly two others that I know that I've talked to previously from the December 4th meeting could have easily bid on this. So I don't understand why you guys didn't even go to the meeting. Why didn't you bid on it?
Because of the meeting you had when you rescinded the deal and put out the RFP, and it was clear as day, it was not enough money. You could do better, you could get more, it was a valuable space, and that's what you were after. So why would everybody go through the exercise to put in a small, something similar to what Scott did, when it was very clear to most of us what you were trying to get? And it wasn't going to pencil out, and it's a lot of effort on your part and our part to look at bids and stuff, and it's like, it didn't make sense because to me it was perfectly clear what you were after, a much higher rate for that space. That's why we didn't bid it. Yeah, I know it might have said, I don't have it in front of me, that it said, oh, or anything you want, but I don't believe that's what you were after. I think it was quite clear what you were after.
Would you like to speak to that, Scott?
So,
the bid document was clear in terms of the terms, what we could deal, that we would be negotiating, and I'm not going to say any more.
Just to answer yours, Cindy, I couldn't make the meeting because I had to work. I had to drive. I couldn't go. So I asked if I could make it up, and I was told by Scott that it was mandatory, so I'm not allowed to make it up. So that's that. I missed it.
I know, but that's, I guess.
We're
I
a really
hear
small
that.
company, Cindy. And you know what? Sometimes I am a one-woman show. I don't like it, but I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. So if people call in sick, I'm their backup.
I understand that, but that's not our fault.
I get that.
And that's the only point that I'm trying to make is I hear
You asked
your
a
concern.
question, I answered it.
So I guess all I'm saying is, I just don't think this is the best deal that you can get. I think it's probably the worst deal that you can get. I think what you had was better than what this is, and if you tried again and it was wide open, like Haley said, you'd probably get some more. Maybe you get something a little better than what was already done, maybe not. The numbers seem to, from a business side, obviously, based on the one you're looking at, what we're asking for was not even close to what a business could afford to do. So that's all my opinion on all of this. And like I said, we didn't put one in, but I still, as far as a citizen of the city, you're giving up a lot, and you're not going to get anything for it, because the deal you had, you were going to get everything on that previous deal that you're going to get out of this deal, plus money.
Isn't it amazing?
So-
I remember we were during leases recently. When did we do the leases with everybody in the harbor? And everybody said, boy, Annie, the council gave away the farm with the good leases that we gave everybody a few years back. So I guess we're just nice, aren't we? Anyway, did you have anything else you want to say, Scott?
Nope.
I did. I just wanted to make the statement. I've done hundreds of proposals over the years. My background was in hospital administration, and hundreds of these. It's a proposal. A proposal that, by definition, is that you propose your best bid. And just as Island Enterprises, when the shoreboat agreement came up, proposed their best bid. They were asking $800,000+ a year. They still put forth more than what that bid was asking. So I put in something that would make sense from a business standpoint that we can do. So that's what a proposal's about. If you folks didn't want to pursue negotiations after that or discuss, then it would have been end of subject. But that was our proposal. And all of us had the opportunity to be at that meeting. If it was that important to be at that meeting, you would definitely make sure that you were at that meeting, which I was. So I think we all had the same opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Albers, did you have anything to say or ask?
No.
Okay. There's no further comments. Council?
Well, I guess it's going to probably be up to me to, I have so many agendas from the different meetings, which this one is. I will make a motion to waive the irregularities and award the Pleasure Pier End Float Project RFP to Catalina Island Coastal Tours with the 2 additional items per council's agreement
Which
that I
were?
proposed, which were no food services that require health department permitting, and that all leased moorings are vacated upon any dissolution of the relationship between the city and Catalina Coastal Tours.
And we have to get to
For
look
the
at-
shore boats.
And we get to look at the plans before it's put out the contract.
And we look at the plans before it goes
Or the
out.
quote, yeah.
I'll second that. Moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Albers?
Yes.
Councilmember Olson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McGugan Cassidy?
Yes.
Mayor Marshall?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hernandez is absent.
Okay, now we're going to general business.
Oh, we got it.
Hmm?
Hang on.
Development, oh, and Richard's not here. Should we wait?
This is for the Oh,
He'll
we-
be here
we-
another hour. So the
Well,
question is.
can we do the other agenda
we can
items
do
and
the
come
swim
back?
run.
Were you going to stick around anyway, Bob, till the end of this meeting?
He sure is.
Okay, even if we don't move development impact fees, he would be here? Denny?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, then if you don't mind, we will move that and we'll go to the other. Well, thank you, Bob.
Good evening again. Thank you for hearing this item. The subject is the sponsorship of the Otillo Swim Run Catalina 2020 by Swim Run Americas Incorporated. The recommended action is to discuss and consider sponsoring Otillo Swim Run Catalina 2020 produced by Swim Run Americas for an amount of $5,000 for the 2020 year and a further consideration of sponsorship in the amount of $3,500 for 2021 and $2,000 for 2022. Excuse me. Swim Run Americas has come to the city as well as the Chamber, the Conservancy, and the Island Company as outreach for support and sponsorship for a major event they're looking to bring to the island. Tonight we've got Andy Hewitt, who's the president of Swim Run Americas, with a short presentation. He's got a real quick video presentation to share a little bit about the program, and then a quick slideshow. But in general, Swim Run is looking at a two-day event in 2020. February 29th, so leap year of next year. Saturday would be their sprint course, and then on Sunday, March 1st, would be their distance course. It would be considered a World Series course. Their sprint course consists of 6 runs and 5 swims over about a 9-mile course. And then their World Series course is a distance of 9 runs and 8 swims over a 27-mile, just over a 27-mile course. They're expecting 200 to 300 teams, paired in twos, so 2 people per team. The unique part of this particular, there's a lot of triathlons out there, there's duathlons out there, biathlons out there. The unique part of this swim run is that you are tethered together. Ole, Mayor, tethered together, 6 feet away.
Ugly.
Over a 27-mile course, getting in and out of the water, swimming and then running and then running and then swimming. And then their Sunday course, they're expecting between 300 and 350 teams for that day. So they anticipate about 1,500 guests to the island, both competitors and people to just enjoy the event. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy, and he's going to share a little bit more about the program.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. That was a great introduction. Mayor Marshall and the Avalon City Council, thank you for taking the time with us today. The right button. There we go. Okay. As Dan was just saying, this is an event that was born about 15 years ago, and there was one race on Earth, and now 15 years later, there's almost 600 races around the world, and this shows you a little bit about it. These athletes come from around the world to compete. There's no age handicaps. They're in teams of 2. They stay together the entire time. The Otillo brand leads the world in swim run. This race here on Catalina Island will be the first one outside of Europe.
It's almost impossible to hear you.
Okay. All right. As Dan had mentioned, these people swim in their shoes and they run in their wetsuits. This is on the caliber of bringing an Ironman race to the island of Catalina, just without the bike and the hassle and the congestion and the trash. The spirit of Swim Run is preserving nature, leaving only footprints and memories. And the people who are involved in this sport, they care for each other, they care for the environment. These races are very unique, and they're only held at very unique locations around the world. This coming weekend, the first one for the season will be held on the island of Var in Croatia. And this race comes here next year. It will be the lead race for the swim run season throughout the world. As you can see from this pyramid, the World Championship is a race at 75 kilometers over 26 islands off the coast of Sweden. It's a terrific venue. It's all on protected land. And the next section down in the pyramid there, the 8 destinations, this would be the 9th destination. And this would directly be an entree into the World Championship for these athletes. For the city of Avalon, this would be bringing close to 1,500 people in that first year to the island during an off month. And the athletes would be staying here in Avalon. They would be going up to Two Harbors to race on Saturday, coming back to Avalon, and going back up to race on Sunday, and coming back to Avalon. There is an article in Outside Magazine that will be coming out in June that will be talking about Swim Run coming to the United States. And after approval here, then that article will be able to mention Catalina Island. It talks about the different people coming from 15 to 25 nations around the world. A lot will be coming from France and Germany and Australia, and of course, Sweden and Norway and Germany. And we anticipate that this would ultimately bring in about $450,000 for that race weekend. We want this to be an annual event around the same time of year, every year. Do I have any questions?
Sure.
Will you compete?
I just, I have a question of the city staff first. When the motorcycle race started, the one and only, right? What was the city's buy-in on that?
I'm gonna say the city paid for all. We did a lot of environmental work in order to get the permits from the fishing game.
Right.
I'm gonna say that was over $100,000, and then there was some remediation that we needed to do. I think that's $50,000.
Right.
And I don't know the cost of the city services that were provided. Okay. The estimate was, and it was always penciled out as a net loss to the city in terms of what the city was putting out. But the purpose of that was to take the first weekend in December, and we estimated that it would bring in $1 million in revenues for the businesses in the city. And so that was the main driver of that. It was to help the businesses. Okay.
And I believe, because everybody keeps saying bring it back, that it was very successful, all in all, and would have grown. So with that in mind, I think, and in January, a contribution of $5,000, I'm not so set against February. I'm not so set on the 2 next years. I mean, I would personally like to see it evaluated and see the success of it and whatever. But I think this is a great opportunity. I think this is the kind of event that Catalina wants to see. I see that you're here, and I wonder, you're giving support to the project as well? the Conservancy is, and so I'm curious, and I know the Chamber has a little component that they, and so I'd like you to talk about the components that you're adding to this to make this event happen.
So I'm not here specifically for this reason, but I know Andy, I've met him. My staff was pretty excited when they heard what was happening. Obviously, we worry very much about island conservation and bringing good to Avalon and the island in general, and we think this was a win-win situation that we supported. And so, yes, the Conservancy is 100% behind it, and they're very well known for leaving no trace that they did any damage to an island. They're very environmentally friendly. And there was a revenue capture that the city gets, and so we thought it was a good deal, but I just happen to be sitting in the audience tonight.
Okay, thanks, Tony. And Jim Lujahan's right behind you, so let him speak for a moment.
So, yes, you're correct, Mayor. We are being asked to co-fund. The proposal that will be going to our board will go later in April, and it's asking for $10,000 per year, and that would come out of our marketing funds.
Okay, great. Are there any other players that I'm forgetting besides
the Island Company is reducing their rates up at two harbors for the physical infrastructure items and the food costs and other incidentals up there.
Okay. Anybody want to talk to it?
I just had an idea. Is there, rather than a cash distribution, is there a way that we could do a reduction of fees?
They're not doing anything here. They're not really
Well, if they're, hypothetically, if they're transporting to two harbors, that's possible, the yellow boat, what's the yellow boat called again?
Cyclone.
The Cyclone. It's possible that transportation would be built in through the Cyclone, which would generate 7% revenue to the city for the ticket cost of doing that either way.
The Island Company for the Cyclone on those 2 days is going to have a significantly reduced rate for all of the spectators and participants.
But there's still a 7% harbor use fee that they would pay to the city. So that's what I'm saying is, is there something we could do, fee reduction rather than a cash outlay? I'm supportive of the event. I think it's great, and I wish I had the ability to actually do it, but
okay, you two.
I don't have a partner for that. But I'm just looking at ways to reduce.
Well, my other question is, when would you want the money? Because we're in the minute of budget, and this event is not until
February.
End
of February.
So that's a long time away.
That would be in 45 days before the event.
45 days prior to the
So
event.
it's a budget cycle.
Right. Well, I support it. Councilwoman Albers, do you have any comments?
I just have two general comments. I do support this event. I don't know that I would see the city as being financially capable or actually the right entity to be committed to supporting events year after year, but I think in terms of seed money and making sure that the event gets off to a great start, I do support the first year contribution. I watched the number of videos, events, and it was like a fabulous event and a very good fit for it. The other thing is because, not to say that that's the lead promoter, but I don't want a big stream of promoters coming in that we're handing out money. I think it would be appropriate to ask promoters to provide a business plan, what are the rates or fees, are there cash prizes, what are their expenses, what's their advertising budget, just basic questions you would ask of any person putting together an event so that we can distinguish between people who really thought it through and those who haven't, or we can the money.
Right.
And I'm sure you don't have any, done a lot of, checking background checks, but this is subject that a perfect fit for Avalon.
Right.
For the island.
Probably that could be provided, the kinds of things that, like your overall budget and that kind of thing. And are there cash prizes, or do you just get a medal around your neck?
There are cash prizes, but but those are not given at the event at this location.
Oh, they're given after
Those
the
are
World
given
Series?
at the end of the World Series.
Okay.
And those are provided by the international sponsors. The big reason for the ask in the initial year is to then develop sponsors over the subsequent years.
Okay. Okay, well, council?
I'd like to move approval in concept and let's identify where the money comes from during the budget cycle.
And a 1 year.
Yeah, start off 1 year.
Start off 1 year, and we can talk future budget cycles after the first year. And then also, I appreciated Councilmember Albert's comments about just understanding your financial picture a little bit better for how this particular event would go.
Okay.
And you've been working with Dan, so you can work through Dan on all this?
Correct.
It's not a lot.
That I don't think you would personally have to come back, but we could communicate through Dan if that made it easier for you. But you're welcome to come back for any council meeting. Yeah.
I love coming.
And spend the night.
Always fun.
Pet tax.
So, however, if we're saying yes in concept and blah, blah, and then the money next year, but if they're going to be putting us as a sponsor, basically, City of Avalon as a sponsor, and then we come along in July and say we don't have $5,000, that's kind of...
No, I think we can find the $5,000. It's just, I'm not sure we can take it out of the harbor. It's the concern I have.
So I think his motion is that he's approving the event, but we need to find somewhere in the budget when the budget is done, because it's only due in January or December, that you can put that $5,000 in the budget that you approve for July 1st.
Yeah.
Right.
The only contingency is where it comes
From where it's coming from. Okay, I'm glad. Okay. Is that okay for starters? Looks like you're going to get $5,000 at some point. We just have to figure out what little fund it comes from.
Okay, we would just need it in the agreement so that we can announce this race, so that we can then get people registered and then attract sponsors and be able to go through the process. If we,
I think he can do that, correct?
I think that's what we're saying. We're approving in concept the 1 year, the 5,000, and we will determine where in our budget, because this payment would be in our next fiscal year budget. So we need to determine where that would come from. But I think we're about to give a vote.
Okay, I think that would be fine.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Any comments? Okay, council?
Second would be good.
I'll second that. Okay. And the vote, please.
Councilmember Albers?
Yes.
Councilmember Olson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Casti?
Yes.
Mayor Marshall?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hernandez is absent.
Okay, well, we can go on to sidewalk vendors. Do we need a break or are we good?
Nope.
We good? Okay.
I was going to say, I really thought that Richard had wanted to participate in that one too, but we're still,
anything else we can go?
we're still, I mean, we could do hospital, but that's
Yeah, we can do hospital.
probably
30
not.
seconds.
Get that out of
That's
the way.
what, that's a few moments usually, unless we have questions. Do you want to just do it? And
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go. Hospital. And we're going to do the hospital.
Where did he
yeah.
go? He was here.
Jason?
He left?
Sure. Okay. Take it, Oli.
Okay. Find it. I'd like to call to order the Avalon Municipal Hospital Board of Trustees meeting of Tuesday, April 2nd at 6:56.
I'll just stay here.
Could we get a roll call?
Chairman Olson?
Here.
Councilmember Albers? Trustee Albers? Trustee Moving Casti?
Here.
Trustee Marshall?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Hernandez is missing at this time. Oh, Jason came back. Any announcements?
I have none.
I have none. Any written communication?
None.
None. Perfect. Any presentations? None. Perfect. Oral communication. Members of the public may address the Avalon Municipal Board of Trustees at this time. No action will be taken on non-agenda items at this meeting. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. Flocking to the podium. We're done there. Thank you. Consent calendar.
There are 2 items on the consent calendar. We have minutes from the March 5th, 2019 Board of Trustees meeting. Number 2 is the CEO's March 2019 report and the CFO's narrative analysis for February of 2019.
Well read.
I'll move to approve consent calendar items 1 and 2.
Can you not do that because you weren't here?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I can move consent calendar item number 2.
Okay, and Ms. Albers?
I'll second. Pam seconded that.
Pam, I had to amend my motion. Did you hear that?
Right, now I'm trying to remember what the term was.
No.
She wasn't.
No. So you're okay to second.
Okay, any further discussion? Could we have the vote?
Trustee Olson?
Yes, aye.
Chairman Olson? Sorry. Trustee Albers?
Yes.
Trustee McGugan Cassidy?
Yes.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
And Trustee Hernandez is absent.
And Jason Perez is in the audience. Did he have anything he wanted to talk about?
He's hiding.
To share?
Oh, no.
But do we have, I motion
we've
for
got
item
to do
number
1.
2. So item number 1 is still on the table
I'll make
and
a
I will abstain.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
And I need to abstain from that as well.
Yes.
We don't have a quorum.
Oh, we don't have a quorum.
No, you technically have a quorum. You can abstain, and it just needs, because it's just minutes, you need 2 votes to pass.
Okay.
That's how you
okay.
vote. Call for the question.
Chairman Olson?
Aye.
Trustee Albers? Trustee McGugan Cassidy?
Abstain.
Trustee Marshall?
Aye.
And Trustee Hernandez is absent.
Jason's at the podium. You have something to say?
I don't have a whole lot, but I will say we have on April 11th the health fair, the annual health fair, and we hope that the community participates in it. It's a great way to get some relatively inexpensive health care for screening purposes and a lot of different modalities. The other thing, as you see in my CEO report, we have arriving probably in April a new CT machine to the community that will be upgrading from a 16-slice machine to a 64-slice machine. Higher capabilities, better definition, faster, and also does additional tests at the community vascular studies and also DEXA, which is bone densitometry. So very exciting things.
Bone density, you said?
Bone density.
Oh, I don't have to go to the mainland.
Well, we would love to have you in it. But good things happening at the hospital right now. We look forward to even more.
Right. And mammograms, are they filled up on the mammograms?
That I would not know, but I'm sure we can find a slot for you.
I'm already on that. I'm on the list. And also, I really want to encourage the businesses. This is a great opportunity for them to show that they care about their employees, giving them an hour or 2 off to go through that. Because it seems like every year, as long as the health fair, they're finding skin cancers, just simply. And then there's just all kinds of stuff. And all the stuff when you can have aneurysms in your stomach and all of that, they do all of that stuff. There's great tests out there that could save some of your employees' lives.
And there are a number of businesses that do pay for their employees to get the lab screenings as preventative care, because it is an economical way to do it.
Right, great, okay.
Thank you. Unless you have any questions.
No, we're good.
Thank you, Jason. General business? None.
There is none.
I believe it's time to adjourn.
Okay.
Back at you.
Okay, well, we got development fees and sidewalk vending.
Mayor Marshall, if I could suggest something, we have a closed session that will take about 5 minutes. And Richard, Councilmember Hernandez has to abstain from that item anyway. And so we could recess in a closed session, do it in about 5, maybe 10 minutes at the longest, and then that'll give everyone a break, and then we'll come back and we can resume.
And we can do the number 1 closed session
It's both,
after?
Both are the
Wait a
same
second.
thing.
We have to redo the hospital. Did we forget to vote on number? No, we voted on number 1.
We did.
Yeah.
Both items are related to the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Cassidy, So we have two closed sessions, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, that's Long Beach Unified versus the Island Company and the City of Avalon. In that item, council members Cassidy and Hernandez would be abstaining insofar as it discusses the Santa Catalina Island Company, but can participate vis-a-vis the rest of the case. And then conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation. That is the one where only council members Albers, Mayor Marshall, and Councilmember Olson can participate due to the subject defendant.
And Pam, we can hear her back there too?
We can call her.
Okay. You get that, Pam? We're going to be calling you.
So do I go back?
You
for
can
one?
go back.
For one, and then I need to
Yes.
leave. Okay.
Okay.
Back in 10.
Thank you, everyone. We're back on from break. Legal counsel?
Yes, we actually have reportable action under Government Code 54957.1. Mayor Marshall, Council Members Olson, and Councilmember Albers unanimously authorized the city attorney to file a cross complaint against parties in the pending action listed on the agenda. Once that action is formally commenced upon inquiry by any party, we will disclose the name of the defendants and the nature of the action.
Pam back?
Yeah. Pam, are you with us?
Hello.
Oh, good. Okay. Already, I've got Bob Greenlaw. You're up.
No, everybody. Benny first.
Okay,
Oh, is
Bob.
it?
Number 8?
I think this will be quick.
This will be quick.
No?
Okay. Yeah.
Are we doing development impact fees?
Yep.
Yes. please.
Okay. Agenda item 8. Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. A little background for the people at home. So at the March 19th, 2019 Avalon City Council meeting, the draft development impact fee report and public comments were presented for review. Staff received the City Council input and modified the report. The next step was to hold the public hearing, which was scheduled for this evening, and adopt the fees. Notice the public hearing for this meeting appeared in March 22nd and March 29th editions of Catalina Island newspaper as it should be. During the preparation of the staff report, staff was advised by the city attorney that during the 10-day statutory posting period prior to the public hearing, no changes could be made to the document. This condition was not met, so we will not be holding the public hearing tonight, even though we noticed it. We did want to take this opportunity that the consultant is on board here today to further discuss, and if the public had any more comments, so we can finalize that report, and then we would head to the public hearing at the next time that after we've met the statutory requirements for that to stay static and up on our website. All of the information for the public is still available on our website, cityofAvalon.com/DIF. So you can get on there and see all the previous versions of the report and any of the videos of the meetings leading up to this. We want to make sure that everybody has good information. So I do have Dino Serafini from Michael Baker International, and he's going to make a presentation to us, and we're going to move through the presentation pretty fast, so he'll explain that to you, because there's lots of slides, but there may be stuff that we just want to kind of brush over. Okay, let me get that set up for Dino. Okay, it's the right button.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you, Bob. And thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council for taking this time to listen to impact fees. So it was about a year and a half ago that I came before you. Presenting at that time was to be an interim development impact fee. And as far as I know, the interim fees never got adopted. So what we're doing now is, that work better? Everybody hear me back there? This, what we're presenting now would be the formal adopted program going forward. On the agenda tonight, a brief introduction and background, purpose and process for establishing development impact fees, and recommendations for fees, and then questions and discussions. But the presentation I could interrupt at any time if you have questions, and that might facilitate things. If there's things that you specifically want to go over, we'll go ahead and do that. So briefly, what are impact fees? This is impact fees are what the Constitution of California allows local jurisdictions to mitigate the impact of new development on facilities, on improvements, on capital improvements. So therefore, it's only to be used for things, for construction and for equipment, not for operations or maintenance of any kind. Refurbishment, yes, there are some areas that are allowed. It's a one-time fee. It's only paid at the issuance of a building permit for a new home or for a new construction, an existing home, or a commercial property. So in going through the fee, there were a number of areas, improvements that are considered in the different categories of that were established in the original RFP. There were a number of areas that the city wanted to look at. The public safety facility was considered back a couple of years ago, $8 million. These fees, these numbers are either cost estimates of improvements that have been considered by the city, or they're the actual fee revenues. For example, in government public facilities, the $13 million would be the revenues, fee revenues over the next up until 2030 for about 11 years. But others are actual improvement costs, like 5 Points intersection and the Pedley Beach Road. Those are that $6.7 million. And the categories of the fee that we're looking at here. So those are the costs. Those are the things that are going to be constructed, hopefully, with fee revenues. The service population is an important concept. Service population comprises the residential population, people that live in the homes, visitors to the island, and then employment. So those are the three components, and they're factored in different ways. The residential population is factored 1-per-1. So per capita cost is included as a person living in their home. They have an impact on the facilities all the time that they're there. The same with visitors. Now, the number of visitors is like the average daily rate during visitor population on the island at any given time. Employment,
I'm sorry, only 2,800 people at any given time visiting the island? That's what that says?
Yeah, that's what that says. That's what was estimated in 2018 on any given day.
Averaged over 365 days a year, I'm assuming. I mean, that just seems really low to me. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what difference that makes to anything.
Well, there are peak times during the year that that includes off peak as well.
Okay.
Employment we factor by 25%. So one worker on the island. This is.
That's the average.
This is to account the factor. Thank you.
I think we all just sort of took a pause there and needed to verify.
Calculators in there.
Yeah.
So the numbers, a lot of the numbers are in the general plan, the impact report, the draft EIR for the general plan update for till year 2030, and from SCAG projections for employment. So we factor employment to account for people, to avoid double counting people that live on the island and work on the island. So that's a pretty standard number. So the bottom line is that we go from a service population of about 7,400 today to 2030 is over 10,000. So that 2,700 is the basic number that we're working with throughout the study. So the first category here is fire facilities, public safety / fire facilities. It can be used for both all public safety in general, but what we do is for the fire safety is take the value of the fire station and the land. It's about $12 million. The fire protection equipment, the replacement value of all the apparatus and all the personal protection equipment. The current service population is 7,387, and we divide that by to find a current value per capita. So this number, this 2,970. Is cost per capita, is the value per capita. That's the current investment that the population has in the fire safety equipment and the buildings, the station. So you take that number and apply the basic occupancy factors and to get what you would charge a home for or a non-residential development. So single family home in Avalon is, if you look at the census, the number of homes, number of residents, 1.4, about 1.5. Multifamily is higher than that. This is unusual, but it's not unheard of. There are communities that have more people in the multifamily units.
I have a question, if you don't mind. It does not, in the calculation, it doesn't matter that we have a number of homes that are vacant year-round?
That's why it's so low.
Yeah,
Right.
I think
so,
that...
But does it change if you realize that that's the way it is?
That's probably the way it is, and that number is reflective of that. That kind of incorporates the fact that you do have homes that are unoccupied during the year. So at some point when the census was taken, if the home was empty or it's...
Because that occupancy factor we know is higher than that. Basically,
well, for a home that is occupied, probably are more than 1.5 people in it.
But that doesn't make any difference on the bottom line calculation.
No, that's right. Okay. And we'll get back to this occupancy factor in a bit. I'm sure we'll revisit that because I know there's some questions about it. The occupancy factor for non-residential is workers. So the impact fee and facilities in general, the city serves people, individuals. It doesn't serve restaurants. It doesn't serve units. What you do is you're serving the people. So it's the occupants in those buildings that make the difference. And so we convert the number of workers per floor area to employees per 1,000 square feet in order to come up with the fee. So we go back for the fire department, fire station, it's 2,970 times the 1.46, and that gives you the fee for a single family and so forth for the other land use types. Okay. So I'll go through these quickly because they follow the same pattern. Parks and Recreation, we use what's called the existing level of service of parks, and that works out to, you got like almost 6 acres of developed parkland. I know there's other facilities, but it works out to 0.73 acres per 1,000 service population. That's typically the metric that's used, the acres per 1,000. So with the increase in the population, you need 2 additional acres of land, and the cost per acre of land in Avalon is upwards of nearly $9 million. Park construction costs maybe $500,000 an acre. So this is the highest fee, proposed fee, per capita cost, $6,700. So the same process for government facilities. Circulation is a little bit different because we're using vehicle trips. And we have the 2 projects that were included, the 5 Point intersection project and Pebbley Beach Road. And so we come up with a cost per trip in this case, $1,379, and that's multiplied by the peak period trips for all those land uses to come up with the fee schedule for circulation. Transportation is a little bit different. Transportation is the big terminal improvements, the things that move people from the waterfront into town and move them around town, and not strictly the circulation system. It could be a bus system if that was included in the capital improvements. And this category, for this facility, we use the cost per capita times the occupancy factor. The wastewater treatment and collection, this includes the value of the treatment plant. So that treatment plant has capacity. That capacity is valuable, and what we're going to do is we propose to charge new development for that capacity because it'll have to be replaced. And that's another premise. It's called a buy-in fee for the capital improvements. In addition to that, there's equipment, and then the sewer collection system capital improvement plan, which is about $9.5 million. So all that comes up with a cost per EDU, is equivalent dwelling units for this single-family home. So single-family is 1 EDU, multifamily is a little bit higher because there are more people, and then for the non-residential, they all have an EDU factor. So that's the relationship between, for example, the lodging, it's done by rooms. It's about 72% of a single family. So their wastewater use is about 72%. And the same goes for recycled water. So recycled water is, is an alternative. It's to replace the saltwater system, and this was used as the fee category rather than repairs to the saltwater system. But if there's other alternatives to recycled water plan, the money could be used for that. So again, we emphasize the cost. Recycled water plan, 2 years ago was $10.5 million, and it may have gone up since then. But that brings a point. These fees are typically updated every year by the ENR, the Engineering News Record cost index for construction. We use the LA County cost factor. Could be done, without a hearing if it's in the ordinance. So an interesting fee category is the parking fund. So this was requested to look at a parking fund. We all know that the parking in Avalon is quite restricted. So this fee is to be applied only to residential. So residential development, they're obligated, they're required to provide a parking space, but this is for parking that they would have an impact that's outside of the residential parking permit requirement. This is for the impact that they would have on parking in the downtown area. And from a study that PMC did, that was the predecessor to Michael Baker, we determined that total additional spaces would be about 200 based on 1 autoet per unit, and about 36% usage of the vehicle during any given trip. And that 36% came from the intercept study that was done for the new Vons. They determined that of the residents that came to the Vons, only about 36% actually drove. The rest of them, they walked or took the bike.
I'm sorry, that number
very
seems
good.
a little,
It
doesn't seem quite right to me, but that's okay.
Well, that's the number they had. It's very difficult to come up with those intercept studies and to refine that number, but that number also incorporates the turnover of parking spaces. They're not parking there all day, so it's a good fair number, I believe. So again, the cost of the space, $47.52, that's 36% of the cost of a total space of $13,000, which incorporates that $200 per square foot for land in Avalon. And so the landfill fund. So this was intended to come up with a fund to pay for the solution to replace the landfill, replace what it does, which is to remove trash. And the alternative that we came up with was the most, I guess the obvious one is what's being done now as part of it's trucked off or shipped off the island. So what's the cost of shipping the remaining capacity? We're trying to come up with a cost. What is the value of the 26,000 and some tons of capacity that's left? And granted, yeah, the tonnage is not the only measure of capacity, also volume, but that's the number we choose because that's how how it's charged to remove from the island. So that capacity, we came up with a cost of $7.3 million. So that's the number that we use, plus $500,000 for the transfer station and transfer facilities at the dock, and $1.9 million value of the landfill closure trust as of April 2015. So the total value of the remaining capacity and those improvements, $9.2 million. So that's what's divided up among the current population, and the cost per capita is $1,243. And I'm sorry, the $500,000 was added to that 9.2 to come up with the total landfill fee of $1,292 per capita. So the funding sources for public improvements, quickly go through these. Actually, there's not a lot in the way of bond funds, it should say bond financing, bond funds. You have to finance bonds. Bond funds probably could be replaced with the general fund. And we all know that the general fund is not in a position to be funding new development. There is some grant money available, but again, you typically want to use grants to pay for things that the current population enjoys. But if there's if we get into the low moderate housing discussion, we could talk about the grants. But the three primary sources are developer contributions, either direct through exactions, in lieu fees, like in terms of in lieu fee for dedication of roadway or park space, and then the impact fee. So the requirements of Assembly Bill 1600 was passed in 1985. You have to find what the purpose of the fee is, state what the purpose of the fee is, what are you going to use the money for, specific projects, how the money is going to be used for those projects, and how it relates to the development that's paying the fee, and then the relationship between the need. What is the impact and how you're mitigating that impact? And the relationship between the fee amount and the cost of the facility. So you're not paying for more, and you're not paying for deficiencies. You're not paying for things that are a problem today, that over-congestion of a roadway or undercapacity of a wastewater treatment plant. Those things are the responsibility of current development, and you can't pay for deficiencies, in other words. So right now, the cycle of where we are now in the program, we're in the assigning cost of development potential and coming up with a fee. Then the next step is Bob's job is to go out and construct the facilities and then review and update the fees regularly. And every year the state requires to review the fees, like what's been done with the fees, how much you have in the budget, and to see if you still need the fees. And updating the fees maybe on every 5 years or so to look, see if the growth has kept up, if that might change, and additional needs. So that's repeating that. So here are the proposed impact fees. Single families, $39,000, and multifamily, because they have a higher capacity or a higher occupancy, is a little bit higher. And cost for commercial and office, and then there's the other categories as well, the lodging and industrial. I didn't put those up. We talked about existing deficiencies. And here's the revenues. Some big numbers, $61.5 million over 10 years, 11 years, that's like $5.7 million a year if the growth is reality, that what we're assuming. The other sources, those are the funds that are required by the current development of the current population, 26.4 million. Seems like a lot of money, but we're talking about grants, we're talking about some general fund that might be applied to that, and maybe assessments and so forth. But I think, who pays the fee? I want to make sure that it's only new development, residential and commercial, and it's paid during the building permit. So there would be no exposure to any existing development as long as the project or the construction wasn't expanded. So the benefits of the program, there are predictable costs for the developer. He or she would come in knowing what the fees are. It works into their pro forma. It solves the cumulative impact concerns. Most impacts, there are two different kinds of impacts. The direct impact that you would apply or get mitigation from a project would be like building a portion of the roadway or widening that portion of the street in front of their property. That would be a direct impact. The cumulative impact is something you cannot charge on an individual basis because the impact is cumulative over a period of time. So that's what the impact fees are meant to address. So large developers, it helps them by offsetting a portion of the cost of the infrastructure, and then smaller developers can have this problem solved, pay the impact, or it could be a reimbursement agreement that they pay into the fee program, and then the larger developer gets paid back for some portion of the infrastructure that they built that was oversized, that was over their specific impact. So the general principle, the city would rather have the improvements than the fees. The fees themselves, it's not a money-making opportunity because theoretically the money is earmarked for improvements. And you would impose the fees for things that can be constructed during a reasonable period of time. So 10 years is actually not very long for impact programs. We typically go out to 25 years. So the discounting or waiving of fees on a particular class adds to the city's share of the cost, and we'll probably get to that I'm sure in one of your questions, but the city has the discretion to exempt classes or waive fees on whole categories or types of development, but that cost can't be passed on to the other types, so that would be a lost revenue to the city. So you do the calculation once, and so if a project comes in that you would like to waive the fee for, then that money is gone. It can't be made up. I think that's it. So, entertain your questions.
I'm curious, one question about the parking impact fees for retail and commercial. And I just want to be clear that it has been thought through, because every single business that obtains a business license in the city of Avalon has the opportunity to also have a vehicle, which is impactful between the hours of 6 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Right.
So there is an impact for parking.
Right, but that's true. The the thought that I had, the reasoning I had that, and these are just my recommendations on how to approach the parking fund, is to not charge commercial because they are required, a new development is required to have spaces, off-site spaces, per the code. So in the interest of not double charging them for a parking space off-site and the parking spaces that they're required to provide, not charging them the fee. Now, there could be a fee in lieu program if they were not able to provide the parking on site, that all parking, any parking space that they're not able to provide, they could possibly pay this fee as an in lieu fee, in lieu of constructing the parking space. But what you're saying, right, if they, for some reason, that establishment, that business has no parking spaces on site and they are allowed to have a vehicle, that's probably something to be looked at. And
well, I guess what you're saying, I don't agree, is that any new housing development would also require off-street parking facility. So, right. But then you have, when you're not parked at your home, your vehicle could potentially be parked anywhere in town. When your vehicle is not parked at work, so to speak, your vehicle could be parked anywhere else in town. So it's just my perspective that I feel that if we're going to charge a parking impact fee that's this high for single family and multifamily, it needs to be across the board. There needs to be a percentage that commercial. But that's just one. It's just a thought. Another question that I had is Parks and Recreation, and forgive me because I am playing catch up. I tried to watch the meeting, but it's hard to really. When you're trying to catch up, it's harder to understand it than when you're actually seeing the presentation and immersed in it. So, Parks and Recreation, if I understand correctly, this can't be used for operating and maintenance of parks. Right. So this fee is painfully high for single family and multifamily, for example, but we don't have any land. So it's not like we're gonna go and, let's say we have 3 new developments this year and we have $30,000, we're not gonna be able to do anything with it because we don't have land to build parks. Right. So I don't understand the justification on why that number is so high. If it were for operations and maintenance, then I could support it, but it just seems extremely high for the benefit. Whereas if you look at the landfill, which is at a critical state, those fees are embarrassingly low in my opinion. So I think the overall, the total fee is, I can buy into that. It's just that breakdown on those ones that I struggle with.
Okay, so the study was based on published plans and studies. So just to keep it we made sure that everything was based on something. Okay, and so the park fee, we did consider the latest master plan. And it was updated that as we went through the master plan. So that came from the master plan, and that acquisition cost is really what's driving that. So even if the land's not available, if we make it available through some development and require that of a development, that's the cost to go buy the land from whoever's selling it to us.
And so I'm agreeing with Cindy, but, and let's say we do the development here and that 2 acres is given to us, then that number that $18 million isn't a good number anymore, is it? It would be lesser than that. It would be less than.
So that could be something that could reduce their fees because they would.
Right.
Okay, but maybe if let me ask this question. I'm trying to understand it. Let's say we've had 3 single-family residents built. Okay, we've got hypothetically $30,000 in the park fund.
Right.
Then let's say that John and Jane come to us and say, we want to sell you an acre of our land, and we could use that money to develop it, to buy that land and create a park on that land.
Right.
But what if it's part of a bigger development agreement? Because if you're doing a development agreement and you're moving all this money around, I think that's where I'm confused. We could use it to buy land, or we could use it as a negotiating tool for a development agreement if we were to enter into some sort of agreement with someone that we're moving money, like housing money or...
Yeah, well, what it does...
Am I
is
making
it
sense
puts
to
a value-
anybody? Because I know what I'm trying to say, but it's
on
not...
the acre of that park. I mean, right now, in development agreement, if they're going to donate it, or not donating, they're required to provide, so many square feet of park space,
Right.
you have to negotiate what that is, what it's going to be. This gives you a cost, it gives you at least a starting point to negotiate. Again, if they, right now at the 0.73 acres, there's 1,000, population of 1,000, that would be, 7 acres, so probably not going to get that many acres at once. I don't think there's any place in Avalon that has that many. But, there are smaller parcels around that could be suitable for mini parks, and the money doesn't necessarily have to be used strictly for park space. You could use it for equipment.
Well, you could use it for new equipment.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So if we wanted to buy some sort of aerator for Joe Machado Field,
yeah,
we could, I don't know.
No,
I
know what you mean. Capital purchases.
Yeah.
Capital purchases, okay.
Yeah, there was that 1.5 million, I think, in turf, right?
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's one of the things that you could do.
Well, okay.
Park project, 300.
No, so I guess, in talking to, on the Cindy thing, if the land gets donated to us, then that fee is really, really high. And to me, that seems really, I even question the growth projections for Avalon when we see people leaving town, not coming into town, but that's a whole other issue. So, and then if I'm doing a single-family residence, and to add the highest number of all onto that just seems high to me, and I don't know how, with the development agreement, then we can negotiate that, but with the residence, we can't, and that does seem high to me as well.
So as far as the growth numbers, those came right from the general plan. So like I say, it's from published plans. Even if we don't agree with it, that's what we stated when we adopted the general plan, so we stayed with that.
I understand, but I can still have my opinion.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to establish the basis of what it is,
Right.
so we're not all over the place. We say, if we accept that, or let's make a different determination. And then also, like I have been saying all along, is look at all the assumptions, and we may be off. And even if it came out of a master plan like the park, it may be now you come to the realization maybe we're not, because it drives this fee up too high, and you can adjust that.
Right.
And that's really what this effort tonight is for, is to make sure that we're getting this right, and we can adjust things down. We can make different assumptions.
Okay, so well, I'd like a different assumption on rec, and also on the parking. So if there's a large development, and we have the ability now to tell that you don't have to have one space per residence, right? We can do that. Amanda, right?
No.
We can't.
So what the municipal code says, I'm looking at it right here. It's residential uses. Residential uses shall be one parking space per dwelling unit. The rest of them, businesses, offices, restaurants, schools, and special uses are all determined by the planning commission.
Okay, but there was a discussion that was had, and maybe we just haven't moved forward. For example, if they did a large development at Las Casitas, that if there was a way that maybe we could not allow one vehicle per residence. We've been discussing that, but we had to change the municipal code to do that.
Well, actually, what would happen is, if it was a development agreement,
right,
you adopt the development agreement via an ordinance, and so that ordinance would necessarily change the municipal code for that development because you're adopting it via ordinance, which would supplant the specifics, the general rule on parking spaces.
So then that could be reduced under the development agreement?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But again,
That's
as
good
long
to
as
know.
it's adopted via ordinance, yes.
Okay.
So then, I'm just gonna go out and build a warehouse at Pebbly, and I'm gonna pay my development fee of $10,660, and then 6 months from now, I'm gonna sublet my warehouse, and I'm gonna make office and professional spaces, and I'm gonna save myself $5,200.
Change of use.
There would be provision for occupant and tenant improvements as well. So going from one use to another requires a permit, conditional use permit, or the tenant improvement. So if you were to build a see-through structure and determine what the uses would be later, whether it's office or commercial or retail, that in that case you would be able, the city would have the opportunity to go back in and make up the difference. But if it was a warehouse space and it was developed as a warehouse, I'm not sure how that worked, but if that's a reasonable comparison or not.
I think the hypothetical would be if you develop something as a warehouse and you're going to pay the development fee for a warehouse, and then 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line you decide to convert it to loss, then at that point we'd come and say, well, now you're converting it to residential. Before you get a building permit, you've got to make the residential payment,
Development
which is the
fees.
difference.
And then you likely would get a credit for the fees. that you
Absolutely,
paid.
yes,
So
yes.
you get the residential fee, and then you get a credit for what you've paid already.
Yeah.
Yeah, you change your usage, just like I
Change of
gave you some
usage would be
examples
for the plan.
before, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then under the recycled water, can you give that more than one title? In case we don't go to recycled water, we do something else?
We talked about that, Bob and Jordan and I, that, all these plans have alternatives, like the landfill fund has an alternative, the aerobic digestion system. So the recycled water, again, it is a plan that was out there.
Right.
We have a cost, so we have something that we could then point to and say, well, our fee right now is going to recycled water plan. If something else comes around, we can use the money for that.
Okay.
As long as it mitigates the problem.
Okay.
What to do with that
Okay.
wastewater. But yeah, we come up with another name for
So,
it.
and you'll notice in some of the categories, maybe there's not a robust list of projects because we're developing that, and that's what we're doing within this budget cycle is putting a capital improvement plan together, and so you'll start seeing it. So then likely what we'd need to do is have another public hearing and actually add those projects in there as we update it and we fine tune this. This is just the start of it.
No, I get
And that's different from just the actual update of what we spent every year. We're actually amending the development impact fee study at that point, and it's adding projects, okay? So you may not see everything in there, and everything may not make total sense, but it is based on a study or a plan.
Right, okay. And Dino, I have another question, because I mentioned it last time, and I was told something, but you can tell me again, because I don't remember. I wanted a percentage of the development fees to go to the arts and entertainment. And I was told you can't do that, but I know cities that do that. And they're saying, no, you need to set up a special district. To keep it simple so that it's reminded and it's mindful, is there any way to put that in these fees?
Well, from the impact fees themselves, I would advise against it. Because the closest thing I could think of was a parks fee.
Right.
You could put it in there. You could put some artwork in a public park and call that part of the park. I mean, what cities, I think, what you're seeing them do is have a park requirement of a certain percent, 1% per the construction cost of the project. You build a store, you build a retail, you're going to be required to provide 1% of the cost of that, whatever it is, in some form of public art.
That wouldn't be a development fee. It'd be a separate fee. I know Cerritos has one because I work on it. where it's like 1%, and then you're required to build public art, like waterfalls or.
But I don't want it to add 1% to this cost. I want to take it out of that and not another 1%.
Well, you can back it out and.
I just want to make sure that it's not forgotten somehow, and it's like, oh, wow.
And then the other half of that is if you don't build the art, you pay the in lieu fee. In lieu of the art, you pay a fee. So if you're a developer, you don't want to be bothered with going out and commissioning a piece of art, then you just pay the city that 1% as a fee in lieu.
Well, I don't
but
know.
It would be added to whatever other fees that they
or like
have.
You said, or backed out.
Would you back it out short?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, it's short a little bit, but if you back it out of the rec even, I mean, because that's a hefty one for rec. I don't know, I just don't want it to be gone.
Right.
And so whatever we have to do to ensure that in some way that's.
It's a separate fee.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be another ordinance.
Okay. So we should put that
You
on
want me
the
to
list.
put that on the list?
Oh, I mean, if the council agrees.
I'm
sorry.
Well, okay, yeah.
Want
If
to
the
add
council
more work
agrees,
to
yes.
the attorney.
Pam, you're out there, do you have anything?
Maybe I think so we have a public hearing.
Okay, you're good until a public hearing?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be bad. I mean, I just say that a lot of creation. I think that all we've done is set up a huge impediment to development without really weighing what's realistic in terms of what the city could be able to do. There's 5 years by trash can, and we think that we're going to have an $18 million sewer project in 5 years, and that's not going to happen. So I would prefer to see us really think about what's civil and find ways to reduce these fees, and really focus on the things that are the most impactful, such as the sewer, the landfill. I'm less concerned about circulation, parking, and those kinds of things.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, there was also a question last time on affordable housing, what the impact on that is. And my understanding, they're included in these fees. So,
According to AB 330, we would be prohibited from charging fees to affordable housing until 1930, or to 2030.
Right now, you have a choice.
Yeah, but if AB 330 passes, we're taking away that choice. We also can't impose parking on.
I'm just bringing it up, that's the assumption when we put this together. That's part of the numbers that we put in here, okay? So that fee would be charged, but of course, you can waive that fee. But I'm just bringing that out. That was put in here, because that was a question that you had.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Any comments from the audience since we're discussing this? No? I guess we'll see you in a few weeks?
Yeah.
So this comes back again. We don't have a decision right now.
Don't need a decision, but we need to change the document to whatever we want at the public
Oh,
hearing.
because if we're going to, because every time we
And
change it,
so,
we slow it down.
my understanding from city attorney, when we come in the public hearing, the fees, you can adopt them if it's something, what we've put at, published, or something less, but you
Correct.
can't increase it. So you can have further discussions then, but we need to make sure that they don't go up.
I mean, so in Parks and Recreation, if a couple of us say those are high, but we're talking arbitrarily to say something less, right?
I feel parks fees should be reduced and landfill should be increased. And I think that there should be parking fees across the board. Those are my 3.
Okay.
And I don't know what that means. What do we reduce parks by? If it's $5,000, put it into landfill or sewer. Does that make sense? Like, I feel those, as Councilmember Albers said, we've got some major projects coming up that if we're gonna charge this amount, if we're gonna charge $39,000 for a single family home, $9,000 of that going to Parks and Recreations doesn't sit well for me. But if we were to say $14,000 of that goes into wastewater or landfill, then I'm okay with that.
I just for the record, just to make clear, when we adjust things around, there has to be a basis for the cost of, like, for instance, if we move money into the landfill, there has to be a basis for a project that will support those increased fees.
Okay, if
So-
we're having to buy an aerobic digester or a gasification system, that's huge.
It's huge.
Yeah. Well, you also can,
Yes? Yes?
So the other thing I think we need to keep in mind is that if we don't come up with the, so you have the share that new development has to pay, but the bulk of it is going to be paid by the city coming up with alternative, its own funding. And if we're not going to be able to do that, all we've created is an accounting nightmare. And we're going to end up refunding money. So I think we need to be really thoughtful about what projects we really will need. We are going to be able to pick up that 75% of city share to match this new development in order to make something happen.
Right, that's
very,
a good point.
very good point. And so in past cities that I've worked on this, we look for grants, and that's really what funded the deficiency, as Dino had said. That, so you look for that. Those are the projects that are going to really get wheels under them and go. And these development impact fees really provide seed money to get those going. And then now we're rolling, and we're going out and getting those grants, just like we did at the mole, okay? And as ATP grants come to be able to do some of the transportation projects, the sewer grants or loan, whatever. Those are the things that are going to help us build that where we're not able to afford it. There will be outside funds that will come in to take care of those deficiencies.
And that's a new thing. That's not an impact fee because it's shared by all of us. We're not doing that just because you're building a house.
Right. Okay, but so also if like the landfill and the wastewater, those are fees that people pay, and if as long as we need more money to do that, we're going to be raising their fees.
Right, right. Yeah.
So anything that would reduce,
Right.
help us to keep their fees at an even amount without, would be helpful too. So by increasing, if the wastewater and the landfill and those things that we would end up taxing the people is where we'd want to put that money.
You got to have a nexus. You can't just
And that
raise-
needs justification.
Right, you just can't raise impact fees to cover our existing costs.
Okay, well, Michael, fix it. That's what we hired you for. Okay, so look at a gasification system and what the cost of that is and put that in there, and that would justify that increase.
A portion of it.
A portion of it, but, and then what else?
So I just want to get back to what Scott was saying, that we like to have a basis for coming up with the costs. To arbitrarily just cut the Parks and Rec fee in half. I mean, if it's in the record somehow that it costs that much, but we're only going to charge this much.
What are the projects
the
that we're
board.
going to do that specifically, what are the projects we're doing that gave you the conclusion that a $9,000 development
Well,
impact fee per single family dwelling? That's what I want to know.
It's the cost of the land to go out and it's, as Bob mentioned, you have the recreation master plan. It talks about things alternatives to raw land purchase. You can change parking spaces into parks. You can. There are lots out there, small parcels. I checked on the assessor's page, and there are small parcels that you can purchase and put in park improvements in. There you buy play apparatus, turf the Machado Field, build dugouts, restrooms. These are things that add up. So I bet you could find ways to spend $18 million without acquiring any land. But I agree. So the quickest way, the easiest way to reduce the cost is just say that the cost of land is not $200. It's only it's $100. But
Mayor?
Yes, please, Pam.
When it comes to recreational facilities, another way to look at it is that that's an old-fashioned way of thinking about parks and recreation. We sit on an island with 88% parkland, that's beaches, that's everything else. I think it's a really good way to justify spending money to supplement
I agree. Could we buy buses to take people into the hills and get permission from the Conservancy?
Yeah,
to
you
take
can buy
them in?
equipment, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You can build trails. Anything that qualifies as recreation, you can do that.
You've walked around here a lot, haven't you, Dino?
No, not really. Sorry.
No, I know. I don't
Mayor,
mean to be facetious,
I wanted
but-
to point out on page 18, the parks facility inventory, Pleasure Pier's on there. And that's,
But it's new. I think that's what I struggle. Oh, maybe, can we buy a crane? That's recreation.
What?
Can we buy a crane, JJ?
For the pier?
That's
crane?
recreation.
To hang the fish up.
Oh.
If I can chime in before we cut this too much in advance here. So the Recreation Master Plan is referred to on a couple occasions now. As a priority that came out of it was a community center and pool, and that's something that our department is looking towards. Understand that land is going to be a challenge of it, but you know the need there has been justified by the community. The desire has been justified by the community. We're looking at probably a $9 to $12 million project, and that's without the cost of land. I mean, that's a construction cost for that. So we are in some early discussions with the Island Company in regards to a piece of property, and you know, there's some grants out there that we will apply for. You know, funding for that is going to be critical to make this a reality.
Right, no, I know. Sorry, Dan.
I agree. Saving. But again, the impact fees on all the important stuff, the sewer, all that. I think that was the intent of everything here. As part of our sewer.
Oh, you especially, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the sewer, the infrastructure in the city, that seems to
Right.
be kind of a major, I think. Mrs.
Right.
Albers brought that to our attention.
Right.
And that was the beginning of this, was 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago.
Okay,
I think
so.
we're going in the right direction, I think, with
In
everything.
the right direction. I mean, you can look at the bottom line number for a single-family residence. It's really your test, you know? So is it, what's your gut tell you that it needs to be?
I mean, I'm trying to tell you that. This doesn't feel good to me. I love
So,
the idea
I mean, you
of-
pick a number and you kind of go, okay, where do we got to cut to make it
But
happen?
I'm saying that, and you guys are telling me I can't just arbitrarily, and
no,
I
no,
get
no,
that.
it would
but-
be-
That's me. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
No,
But,
but-
you are the council. To make decisions about that's your discretion.
So,
but
and
we
it-
have to put it in the record what it is. That we're-
This is all premised upon a list of projects and things that with infrastructure that the city needs to purchase to continue to ongoing if there's new development. And so these are all based upon the general plan, which had a basket of goods, and other studies which had a basket of goods. And these fees are assuming all these, or we're going to buy all these things. That's what the fees are based on.
Okay.
And so, just so we know, that's the basis for this. And so then if the council is going to be adjusting in terms of what we want, then we can go back and, you know, work on the report.
Yeah, you adjust the projects. So, for example, on the parks, you know, you said with our master plan to keep this standard of what we want, or even maybe even a betterment, we said we need to have this master plan, and it has all these projects in it. And then you could say, no, I think this level of projects is what is going to keep the level we want, you know, considering, hey, we have beaches or whatever else. And now it's only half that list of projects. You can see what it does. It starts halving that because you've made that decision in that plan, but it's based on that plan. Otherwise, we're pretty arbitrary. We accept this plan, we don't accept that plan. We accept this number, we don't accept that number. Or we just take the bottom line and just scratch it out. You could take the bottom line number and say, hey, we're going to go out to grant funds and we're going to supply all of that, not charge the fee, but we're going to pay for that. And the one problem with that is if you don't come up with it, then it comes out of the general fund, you know, if you don't come up with the grants. But there's been other cities that have done that, saying, we're going to make a 50% contribution because we think this is the deficiencies, or this is what, you know, we can do. You know, it's in deals with the development.
Okay, so then I'll relax on those two, but I would like to see whatever the appropriate percentage is, I would like to see all development share an impact in parking, including commercial.
Can I add one more thing?
I mean, I guess, I'm sorry, that's my request. I'm asking the council whether or not you agree.
You know, I'm looking at the.
What were you going to say, Dino?
Well, the park fee is based on two things. It's the current park level of service, 0.73 acres per thousand, and by and large, the cost per square foot, cost per acre. Right. You don't have to provide the same park level of service. You can come up with alternatives, just identify projects like the aquatic center, or some specific things you would like to do, like the new turf at Machado Field, or anything that's going to be in the capital improvement program, and base it on that. Saying this is what we're going to build. We're going to forget, this. Maybe it's unrealistic, providing 0.7 of an acre per thousand, because there is no land. There is no 2 acres of land out there. I mean, that's an idea.
No.
I mean, you don't have to follow this formula. This is just what we use.
Okay. And the fact that I have a little problem with the population in 2030. Again, I think our population is dwindling and not growing. And any housing development we're thinking of doing is workforce housing for those people that are already living here. So I have a problem with that number.
Yeah.
And then with that, 65% of the population at 2030 is going to be 65 years of age and older.
Mm-hmm.
And so what are their needs going to be? I don't know. I mean, that's and we're probably almost, so anyway, that's what the prediction is.
That's valid. So maybe you have other things in the parks rather than playgrounds and things like that. You have a lap pool or something.
Therapy.
Yeah. And then I guess if you're going to go back to the population's not correct, then you need to go back to that first assumption and saying the general plan was maybe not correct. Right. And for this fee, we're going to pick this number. You're going to base it on, some other piece of a study, that's saying this is the number we're picking and why it is.
But does that increase the cost?
Well, actually, it would.
It just increases the cost.
Well, then your projects would have to go down.
The numerator stays the same, the project cost, and then the denominator, where you're spreading it, if that goes down, then your fee goes up.
So if the census data, when are they doing census? 2020? So if we do census data and we get that a year or two after that and we find out that, I don't know how long it takes to get the data, but we find out that our population has dwindled, then at some point, if we wanted to reevaluate, we don't have to go through this whole thing again, do we?
No, we just change numbers and look at the. Yeah. We have a spreadsheet.
Yeah, we have a spreadsheet. Yeah, spreadsheet.
Okay.
Yeah,
you can have fun with it.
Different, so we have different projects, different assumptions, and that's why I said pay very close attention to the projects and the assumptions. Right. And then the rest is just math in a spreadsheet, and it kicks out and you go, whoa, that's big.
Right. Right. Okay. Councilman Olson? Councilman Hernandez?
Yeah. Glad to see there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Councilman Albers?
I'm a success. I took a little nap. Maybe I missed something, but I was concerned because the sewer project seems to be based on not expanding capacity.
That's correct. There is existing capacity in the wastewater treatment plant, and that's something that Bob's going to look at. What if anything needs to?
We have this capacity is because we have no water, and people are concerned on water. But if for some reason there was water available, we would have no capacity in the sewer plant.
Right.
And so I would think that we're going to have better numbers on that because we're starting the reclaim water study now. And part of the reclaim water study, the activities there was to assess the plant and the capacity. And so and at the back end of that, we'll say is reclaim a viable option, but also these are the things that we need to do to the plant and have a new CIP for the plant. So then that really kicks off the engineering and the planning and the engineering for those facilities for the future, because those are usually long-term projects from the start to the end of the build is like 5 years on those type of projects, and you're definitely seeking federal and state grants and loans to get that accomplished.
In addition to the rates.
And to the rates too.
Yeah, these projects, wastewater, recycle, the landfill, they all have current rates that pay for the current needs of the facilities.
Right. Okay. Well, we got Cindy's, Councilman's comments. Well, we got all our comments, and but the only major change was nothing as it
Well,
turned
I'm
out?
just asking that there be a parking impact fee for all development. But whatever your percentage basis, I don't know if that goes down, that's fine, but I just want to see some impact fee for parking.
Yeah, probably, my sense is that it would go down because you're spreading the need out. I think you're incorporating more of a turnover in parking when you're talking about the business-to-business traffic of vehicles, service vehicles, and so forth, which, there's going to be probably a lesser need for that parking than my sense is than from residential. But again, I haven't been on the island that long to know.
Okay.
If a segment of development was excluded from development fees by the state?
By the state? The only, in that sense of projects that are located within 1/10 of a mile of a major transit center are mandated to have reduced fees, transportation fees or street improvement fees. That's the only state mandated. Up until, unless AB 3300 is passed, or 33 or whatever it is.
That reduces the universe.
Yeah. But as I understand, though, that there is funding that's being proposed for cities that do provide affordable housing to pay for the infrastructure needs. So they may be replacing the impact fee revenues with grant funding. It's not always the best situation, but at least there is some acknowledgement that there are impacts from low and moderate income housing, and the state's willing to step up, provide that.
Another unfunded mandate.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
All right. Comments again from the community. This is until we go to public hearing. Oh, Tony's up. Oh gosh. No, I meant getting up.
I'm just listening to you, haven't followed this one tightly up until now, but I'm going to look at this from the MBA standpoint of running something. It seems to me that the basis for which Bob did all the studies was the best information you had when you started Michael's study. And I think now, just hearing what you're saying as a city council, there are assumptions within that maybe aren't ideal. And I know as a business person, this is the time you maybe do an ad hoc, maybe have another community involvement and see what teases out to be the issues within it before just driving it forward. Because I think you're right, you're committed to making huge financial commitments to the city by sort of accepting the idea. And I think the ideas are sound in principle, but in detail, I think you got a long way to go. And so I think you're better off taking a breath, zoning in on what's truly important to you as a council, but also to the people who may develop in this city, because you don't want to drive them out of the city. Pam said that earlier. You don't want to make it so impactful that there's no chance of changes. But anyway, I just wanted to make the comment. It just seemed like what I'm hearing is that, everyone's of the idea that this was a lot of work and what Michael produced was valuable. But the assumptions, when you get down to seeing the pennies next to the ideas, may not be exactly what you guys were looking for.
Okay.
So.
And we have had, how many public comment? I mean,
Was he at any?
We definitely have had meetings with the public.
We've had meetings.
Yeah, we did do outreach to stakeholders, and I don't think we had it with the Conservancy yet. We should, but everybody else, we invited them in, and you have the comments. It's in the agenda packet, and that's a compilation of all the comments we received. And we will continue outreach if we're directed as so, but really, that's why I'm saying, look at the assumptions, look at the projects, and once we do that, we can change it later too. But, at some point, we got to land on something, so, but feel happy with it, like I say, not be driving development away, but do take, for all the impacts, do make sure that we mitigate them. So there's some happy balance you'll come to.
Right. Well,
So right now, what I'm hearing is adjust the parking fee and come back for the public hearing.
okay, and then, I know the Island Company, if they're not here, are hearing us. Oh, there's somebody from Island Company's here in the back. Is that Rob back there? Carl. No, in front of Carl. Yeah. So, have you all looked at these fees?
Yes, Paul DeMeyer did.
Okay. And you got their comments from them
Yes.
as well?
Mhm. Yes.
And you've had some of the
And
contractors in town?
I would think one of the biggest concern that Paul had was, again, the numbers, the 2030 numbers. And he said, but the end result would maybe be the same. It would just change the math. But he was looking at it, he goes, we're not going to have that population, and we may not have as much of that development. But at the end result, when you change the numerator and denominator, it kind of ends up almost the same fee.
Okay.
That's the conclusion he came to.
Right, okay. Alrighty, okay.
Okay.
And this will be at the next one, or no? Maybe.
No.
Oh, no, it won't be. Okay.
No, because there's a certain notice requirements, it's got to be a certain number of days.
Okay.
And to put it in the newspaper, I don't think there's enough time for the next council meeting.
Okay, fine.
Plus any adjustments in the report. The report has to be available for 10 days once it's done. And so we'll work on this as quickly as we can.
So people will have at least a month to come and look at all of these things. Then we open the public hearing, and then if they talk again and say blah, 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 we can make changes again, right? We can take the public hearing comments
Yes.
and change if we want.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why you have a public hearing.
Exactly. And we have to have 2 of them, right? 2 public hearings?
No.
Oh, no, not on this. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you,
Thanks, Bob.
Dino. Okay. Excellent. All righty, we have one more item, and I think it's called street vending.
No, we had Dan. Did we?
Yeah.
We did?
We did.
All right, thank you, council. Thank you for hearing this item. Thank you for the public that stuck around for this. I think there was a glimmer of hope that this was going to go before the development impact fees, and it was squashed when they got it before us, but you guys stuck around, and we'll hear it out now. The item is the first reading of the ordinance of Senate Bill 946, sidewalk vending in the city of Avalon. The recommended action is introduce and waive all further readings ordinance for sidewalk vending in the city of Avalon, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Avalon, amending section 5.9.01 of chapter 9 of title 5 of the Avalon Municipal Code, and adding chapter 21 to title 5 of the Avalon Municipal Code, imposing regulations on sidewalk vending in compliance with Senate Bill 946 as drafted by the city attorney. On January 15th of 2019, staff first brought a resolution to the City Council, which was approved, which initiated permit regulations requirements for sidewalk vending. Staff came back on February 19th, brought back a proposed ordinance allowing 12 street vendors on public property with limitations to distances from businesses from each other. Council discussed the ordinance and asked staff to come back with a revised ordinance, which we heard tonight, with the following changes. Some of the things you'll see in the ordinance tonight are we removed the live scan background check. The ordinance here proposes that we prohibit vending from the mall through Front Street. Number 3, that we change the cap of 12 vendors to 6 vendors. And that number 4 is no vending on or adjacent to public beaches. We're some of the major items that have been changed in this round of the ordinance. I think an important finding in this, and you'll see it in the staff report, I've spelled out here, is Senate Bill 946 allows a city to restrict sidewalk vending to prevent an undue concentration of commercial activity that unreasonably interferes with scenic and natural character of the areas, and to ensure the public's use and enjoyment of the natural resources and recreational opportunities, or regulation directly related to the objective health, safety, or welfare concerns. To that end, these points have been put into this proposed ordinance. The 6 sidewalk vending permits will be issued to the city versus the 12. No more than 1 vendor per park, and no vending in residential areas. No vending shall occur within 20 feet of the entranceway to a public building, store, theater, movie house. Vendors must not set up within 50 feet of each other. No vending shall occur within 10 feet of a bus stop or other site amenities such as benches, picnic tables, and the like. And then lastly, the staff is further recommending that a push cart and overall display areas have a measurable area not to exceed 8 feet high, 8 feet long, and 4 feet wide. Further language was added to the ordinance, and you'll find them in item F. The term of the permit has been changed. Language is included to reflect that initial 6-month term be put into place for vending permits, and that each additional term be for 1 year. And after that 6 months, there'll be a review period. We'll bring back any issues that might have come up and try and address those at that time before we reissue the permits for a year. Item I, language was added to have a minimum of a 2-day vendor, must be vend per week, and then a means to revoke a permit if the conditions are not met. The concern there was permits being pulled with no intention to vend, just to tie up a vendor, so a minimum of 2 days per week would be added. And then item J, language is also included to reflect a lottery system, which we put into effect if there were more applicants than the allotted 6 that are being proposed tonight. As of today, we have 24 permits, depending what happens with council action tonight. I think some of those will probably, step away. The breakdown is pretty much a half. Half of them are food vendors, and the other half are merchant vendors of some kind or another. There's a couple that are doubled up that would fall. There's a couple that might be same family that the new ordinance shows that just 1 per family. So I think that number will come down, but as of right now, we're looking at 24. Staff is also recommending, as part of the approval process, City Council approve a recommended $30 sidewalk vending annual permit. As of right now, we don't have a fee for that. We would put that in our fee schedule going into next year, but initial approval for $30. And we came up with that fee. It's the same fee that we asked for street performers. City Council adopt the ordinance. The 6 months allowing passage of ordinance may serve a trial period, which we had talked about. We will come back to you with a resolution that's being recommended here that would lay out the process for additional vendors, the lottery system. So that would come back on an additional line item or additional meeting for discussion. So with that, I think we've got people on both sides that would like to probably comment on the ordinance tonight, unless you've got other questions for me.
I think there's lots of questions and comments.
And I have some just additional things just for the council to note. One, because of council's direction to limit it to 6, we thought that we would just limit it to 1 per person or related entity. So in other words, 1 person cannot get all 6.
Oh, of course.
The lottery system, which would be developed, which it looks like it will, would be come back in a resolution prior to the effective date of the ordinance. And one of the things the lottery system would do in order to really meet the purpose of the statute, it would allot, and again, council would approve this, it's going to allot at least 1 or 2 of the limited, again, if you keep it at 6, 1 or 2 is going to be for the low-income immigrant community that the ordinance, that the law was established for. The purpose was, but then when they drafted the law, they didn't make it just applicable to that community. It said all businesses, but in order to comply with the intent, we're going to take a couple. I would recommend that you take a couple to allocate for that community, which was the whole purpose of this. And again, it's for 6 months, and after 6 months, we can look at it and see, we can adjust. This will go through the summer system. And I would call your attention to page 9 of your staff report, which, page 9 of the ordinance, which is section 21.04. That's pursuant to council direction. We've listed the prohibited locations. If you were to adopt the ordinance tonight without any change, that's where you couldn't vend. We could always adjust that. But again, following direction, this is what we put. A lot of our ordinance is based upon an ordinance that was passed by the city of Carmel, which is similarly situated to Avalon in terms of its scenicness. We've also put in findings that clearly are intended to demonstrate why Avalon is a unique city from the rest of California, because you're on an island and because you have 1 million people come here to escape and to enjoy the scenic beauty and sights of Avalon. So we've drafted the ordinance as strongly as we can to support your direction.
How do we define low income?
And immigrant.
And immigrant.
It's not established in the, that's why I don't have the lottery today, because the way that this law was drafted in Sacramento, it didn't define it. And so.
Okay.
No vending shall occur within 10 feet of a bus stop or other site amenities such as benches, picnic tables, and water fountains. So if we have somebody with food there, which it would seem appropriate that it be close to a picnic table, does that make sense? Or up at City Park as well?
10 feet isn't very far, so I mean, you could have somebody in the park and then, within 10 feet, 15 feet, there's access to picnic, benches
But like
and what have you.
People's Park, City Park is on a slant like this. So if I was doing food, that's not, and it can't be on the sidewalk, I can't block the sidewalk, correct? So I just don't know, I just want us to be careful. We have to be a little flexible, because the picnic tables and those barbecues are all right there, and that's the only flat piece of ground on
Yeah,
it.
there's, if you're using that park, I envision it probably be in front of the radio station, not directly in front of it, but off of the radio station. And there's a flat pad there of brick.
And remember, the state law prohibits you from stopping roaming vendors. So what we've done is, people can walk around the city, but what we've done is we made certain that it's only on sidewalks or public park areas, not on streets themselves.
Okay. Then, if we do the lottery, I don't know if this is going to be, personally, for the community, I would like to see some food vendors, and for the school kids and whatever. So can we can we do the lottery and say 50% is food and 50% is merchandise? Can we say the food can go here, but the merchandise goes somewhere else? If we could look into...
I'm going to say you can allocate maybe a 50-50 lottery, food versus vending, but I think you're going to get into trouble if you say only food vendors here and merchandise vendors here. I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, how are we going to decide that?
Well, it's going to come, again, I've got 45 days. You will be the first city with a lottery system.
Okay, and what about Casino Dock? Because it says not within the water.
So, exactly, and so what we can do is we can make an exception to that in the prohibited locations. Where right now B says Crescent Street from the Cabrillo Mall to the Casino Dock, comma, we could add, comma, but not including the casino, the city's property on the Casino Dock. Okay. So we could amend that to allow vendors there.
If that...
Okay, yeah.
There's that.
I have a couple comments, Annie, if you're...
Please, I'm ready.
So I would also additionally like to see the exception to be able to have, until such time as the city provides a permanent solution to food establishment on the Casino Dock area. At that point, then this, so however you need to word it, to
Yeah.
where at the point that the city establishes a food facility at Casino Dock. But-
Yes, and I would
Okay.
define that as a park, and what the, we can easily do that, because what it would be is the, if you have an exclusive franchise with someone,
Mhm.
that you can prohibit a vendor within, I think it's within a reasonable
Okay.
period.
But I think it's
really
appropriate, just, I'd like to see the wording in there. Two other questions. The 2 days per week, is that 2 days per week, 52 weeks a year? Or
Yes.
is that, so even in the off-season, they would have to,
As currently written, yes, that would cover 2 days on the weekend.
If
So-
that's to provide a livelihood for someone, it should be year-round.
right, but I just want to
Right.
make sure that it's clarified that it's not 104 days a year, it's 2 days per week,
Oh, right.
each of the 52 weeks of the
Correct.
year. Okay.
Correct, as written, yes.
Well, and
Okay.
then, if you don't mind me marrying on to that. So if I really said I only need to want to work 2 days, and you would have a schedule, I would imagine, could somebody else come in the other 3 to 5 days and use the same spot?
There's just six permits are allocated at any given time, so no.
We're
Could you-
not, we're limiting it to 6 as per direction,
I
and we're
understand.
not going to assign specific locations. That is, we have a map.
Right.
Or we have an area where we said you can vend, but to get the city involved in kind of enforcing and allocating spaces would be a burden.
But I just hope on the lottery system, people come in and they win it, they win the little lottery, and then they only went 2 days. That's just taking up a space for somebody who really has, supposedly, if the intent is to help people with their livelihood.
And so let me just, again, this is why, again, you're on the cutting edge on this lottery. You could put in your lottery system, which will come back to you, a priority of people that want to vend, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, you can easily do that, so that, on the lower end, it's going to be people with 20 of them that only going to vend,
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yes, our intent is, if you do the first reading today, you have 45 days until the ordinance takes in effect. That we would come back with a resolution which would establish the lottery system prior to that date that the ordinance takes in effect. We try and do that at the next meeting, or at the latest, the first meeting in May.
Okay.
Okay, so then I had another question, but Scott, while I'm asking my other question, can you please find me that language regarding the 2 days per week, just so I can
Yeah,
feel
first
good?
I'm writing the language regarding the Casino Dock location.
Okay. My second question was, where did I miss it that we made a decision to go from the first come, first serve on the permits to now a lottery system? I don't remember actually deciding that was the case, because the prior times we've had this discussion, we had people come in the next day and fill out their permits to be first in line.
And they can operate right now under the existing resolution that you passed in January.
If they meet all the requirements.
If
that
they
we
meet
laid
all
out.
the requirements.
So now what happens when if we say we're going to do this lottery system, what happens to those people that have already been operating?
If you want to give them priority in the lottery system, you can. If not, then they start every year anew. Then they'd have to reapply and be put on the system, and the lottery system may develop, and what I'm thinking of is Huntington Park has a lottery system for fireworks, where once you get your permit, it's for a year, and then you go back in the lottery, and if you've had it the previous year, then you don't get priority for the next year.
Okay,
that
so
it's always
remind
rotating.
me, under the January ordinance that we did, was that to come around every year? Did they have to renew their permit or reapply every year?
That wasn't, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so then, given the fact that what we have said previously, I think it would be fair that if somebody's operating and has a permit right now, that they be given priority for this first year, and then it would come around to the,
I mean, at this
or
point,
the 6 months,
at this
I'm sorry,
point, we don't
whatever.
have anybody that's operating under a permit, and you're going to have a mad dash in the next 45 days to get people out vending, so they have a potential priority over that. So I'd be concerned about with that. So my understanding, and Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, we went out. Cindy, you're correct. We went out and said first come, first serve. And so my understanding was we were going to offer the first 6 people off the list if they're still willing to do it with the now different limitations on it, and then we'd go into a lottery system thereafter with whoever was left.
So we ought to just, well, we can't.
I think
well, I mean, we, that's my point.
And that's
is
what was
You're
shared.
saying, that, you know, we're going to have people flocking in, but we already told people this back in January, and we already had people flocking in the next day. So I don't think it's fair to, if you've been given a permit to do this already, I don't think it's fair to now all of a sudden take that away in 45 days.
If you have, if someone has a permit under the resolution that the council passed, and that permit says it's for a year, then they can operate that permit for a year.
Okay.
Because they
so
have a
they're
vested
sort of-
right in that permit that they have gotten.
Okay.
To date, no one has, as I understand it, no one has qualified for the permit with all the conditions. And many of the conditions that are set forth in that resolution are repeated in the ordinance. One of them is Parsac requires a $1 million insurance policy and name the city as an additional insured.
Okay, so we don't have any permit holders today?
No, you just have
Okay.
people that filled out an
Well, that's-
application.
Okay, well then that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that it's not fair to just kick them out if they've
Right.
gotten a permit already, so.
Well, and then, okay, so if I buy myself an ice cream cart, and I have a $20,000 ice cream cart, and I only get it for a year?
Yep.
That's the.
That doesn't make any sense. That's just, you just killed business. You just killed somebody's business. And the goal was to get them in business. So we have.
I understand. The issue is when you're limiting the number of permits, and you're saying only a certain number of people get this, there has to be a system whereby you determine who gets the limited number of permits.
Okay, and
And you could decide in the lottery system that once you get a permit, you have it indefinitely.
And
then
if
it
you've
comes like a
done-
waiting list, like the
Cars.
like the cars.
And at some point, we may say, okay, we want more permits.
Well, that's what our hope is. Our hope is after the summer, you would, whatever you decide on tonight, or whenever you would finally adopt the ordinance, that there's a 6-month period through the summer season, and that you see how it works. It's an experiment.
Right.
You know, was there enough business generated? Were people asking for more? What's the experience been? And then you come back and you revisit the ordinance in 6 months.
Okay.
So other cities, like you're saying, okay, are they limiting the numbers in cities? Other cities?
For what we've been able to find, Carmel is limiting it to 10.
Okay, because if you look at the size of our city, 1.5 square miles compared to Huntington Beach or Huntington Park or wherever, it,
Correct.
You know, yeah.
Cindy, if
Your
you can.
lottery system, explain that. Give me.
Well, the issue would be, if you have more applicants, qualified applicants, and you've decided that we're only going to have 6 spaces, okay? Then it's, how do you determine who actually gets a permit? Is it first come, first serve? Is it someone that the ordinance or the law was intended? Is it, you know,
Is it a lottery? Do we
is
put everybody's name in a hat?
it is a random, is it something where you take, again, going back to Huntington Park and their fireworks, you take all the people that have applied, and there they limit the fireworks to 15, and they have 30 apply. Then they all go in the bowl, and they pull it out, and that's who gets the permit.
Okay, but that's understandable, because then I can go out and buy my fireworks. But if we're saying we have to be a qualified applicant before you go in the lottery, that doesn't make any sense. Because now I've gone out and purchased a $1 million policy, I bought all this stuff so I can make food and all my thing, and now I don't get drawn. That's not right, that's not the intent. So I don't know how,
I mean, you could produce in good faith,
Right.
you know, what your insurance, I mean, anybody proposing insurance would in good faith say, you know, this policy would consist of this.
but it's not just that. It's that cart that I buy for $25,000 and then you don't draw my
Yeah,
name.
Okay, but you don't
So
purchase it.
The
Why don't you buy it after?
discussion we had internally was we would possibly, the lottery would be, say, 2 months prior to the expiration of the first 6 months. So there's 60 days that we'd have this lottery system. We'd get people draw the lottery and then give them in a reasonable amount of time. Some of these merchants can probably pick up product in a cart pretty quick.
Right.
Somebody that has to go through the health department for food preparation, what have you, it's going to take a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Give them a reasonable amount of time to get everything in order. If it's 90 days for a health permit to go through that process, it's 90 days. If it's not moving along, a letter would go out to them, say we've got 30 days to finalize this, or we're going to move on to the next person. So
Thank you.
certainly we haven't asked people to do that as of yet.
Of course.
Make purchases, buy their insurances, just for some of these same reasons.
Right. Okay, and then there was some comment made, and maybe it's not happening, but there was a comment made, well, I can just set up a booth and sell tickets to all of the things all of my businesses. Like if, let's say,
It's vending.
a zip line or let's just say, pick on.
It needs to be food or it needs to be merchandise. So I think we have one applicant. One applicant
it says it in there?
Yes.
Okay.
One applicant has put something in like that, and it just wouldn't qualify.
And they wouldn't meet under perhaps some of the other qualifications. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to nitpick the days, sorry, but I want to be
Please do.
very clear. We don't define days. So does day mean 5 minutes? I'm out there, I'm there on a day. Or does day mean a minimum 4 hours per day, 2 days per week, and then it goes into all the consecutives? So I think that whatever, I don't know what that recommendation is, but I will just throw out the number of minimum 4 hours.
Yes.
I mean, if it starts pouring down rain, then we're in a world of hurt right now. But if it starts pouring down rain and you physically can't do it, that's one thing. But in general, I mean, somebody could tie up a permit, somebody could go out for 2 minutes and say, I was out there.
No, that's a great,
I
great
think 2
recommendation.
days is even too minimum. If you really are doing this because you're trying to get ahead in the world, I think you have to be there more than 2 days. Or else you're wasting a permit for somebody who really wants to use it for that. So I would like to encourage more days than 2.
I'd love to hear some public comment on that, but I would agree to 4 days. 4 days, 4 hours per day, minimum.
Let's open
How's
it up,
that?
because everybody's shaking their head to clear that.
But I'm just saying, as we're talking
Right.
about it, I would be willing to go with that if that was your recommendation.
But let's get some comments. I saw heads were shaking here and heads were shaking there, so come on up and speak. And don't be nervous.
My name is Juan Antonio Gomez, and I'm a resident of the island for 25 years. I raised 5 kids on the island. I pay, besides this rent, I'm also renting an apartment in Long Beach for those who are continuing on the school. So it's kind of difficult to go along with the bills. I'm glad that the County of Los Angeles has passed this bill and give the opportunity to the community. So I also tempted to fill an application. I'm number 7. And I think it's a great idea to see a kid walking home with a affordable bag of fresh fruit. And it's something that we can also imitate other cities on the mainland. So I went out to the mainland when I heard this, and I got my seller's permit from LA County. And also the fictitious name, so I'm doing it. So I'm looking forward to have also the Avalon permit and do this, which is good for the community.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And what do you think is a reasonable number of days and/or hours in your mind?
It's hard job to prepare everything. It's not easy. it's not that we're gonna get money, a lot of money of this because it requires a lot of job. Starting from the morning, we're not gonna go out early because we need to prepare everything.
Sure.
So we're gonna come out late, and it's gonna be around 6 or 8 hours a day, but starting from early in the morning. So that we at least 4 days, that will be fine.
Okay. And actually be working 6 hours, maybe 4 to 6 hours. That seems reasonable.
That will be fine because it takes time to prepare everything.
Totally. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you. Other comments?
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing all of us to present our ideas and our opinions. I greatly respect the job of the Council and the difficult decisions that you guys are faced with. I think you've done an excellent job at hearing out both sides and crafting a well-thought-out, fair, and legally compliant ordinance, with the exception of one specific area, which I'll get to in a second. But I did want to talk about, before I get to that, the days. I think it's a great recommendation, 2, 3, 4 days. Make sure the people that are granted the permits are actually going to use them. The minimum hours is a great idea on top of that because, you know, if there's a will, there's a way where people can skirt around the issues. And what we really want, and I believe what the City Council wants, and I believe what the intention of the bill is to provide a great community with great resources. As we all know, there is a dearth of fast and affordable food in town. I think by having a strong food vending community in this town, we would increase that ability. Saturday nights, it's a 2-hour wait to eat food. Saturday and Sunday mornings, hour wait to eat breakfast. Cruise ship visitors, people with children, I think all of them could be served directly by food vendors. I wanted to make a comment about the lottery system, and this is reflected in the mayor's comments about how it's inherently unfair, and I'll give you a little example of the timeline that it would take to permit a cart. Los Angeles County, the #1 regulated county, the most regulations for food vendor carts in the country. This requires a 1 to 2 month plan, permitting process where you submit plans for the cart to the to the health department. They sign off on it. They send it back and forth. I've talked to 3 manufacturers. They say this process usually takes anywhere between 30 to 90 days just for the plans to be approved.
Wait, let me back up. Are you talking about a cart, or are you talking about what do we call it? Food truck?
Not a food truck.
Okay,
well,
just a
both
cart.
are required to have that regulation, but this is just a simple food cart, whether it's for hot dogs, churros, lemonade stand, any non-prepackaged food item is required for this. If you're selling chips and or soda, it isn't required, but for any kind of street food, it is required. Once the plans have been approved, it's 2 to 4 months to create that cart new. Because LA has such highly restrictive regulations regarding this, many manufacturers don't make carts specifically for LA. You have to custom order them. Because this is a busy time of the year, it's springtime, everyone's trying to get their carts. 3 to 4 month wait, I was quoted from 3 different manufacturers.
I'm sorry, you don't come into the council meetings office often, so you need to know there's a 3-minute limit on presentations.
Thank you. I'll wrap it right up. I also wanted to let you guys know there's a 1 to 3 month wait to get that cart then permitted. We're talking about 5 to 6 months and about $25,000 to $30,000 that an individual would have to invest to make this a viable business. For low income and immigrant communities that this bill was written for, that's a lot of money to invest to only get it for a year or to get it to have to enter into the lottery system afterwards. Could I request an extension of time, or can I comment later?
To yield to somebody else.
Sure.
It's fine with me if you wrap it up pretty quick.
Let me come. Oh, sure. Let's open up the floor to more comments. I do want to talk about the one restriction in the ordinance that I do not like.
What's that?
It's section 2104, part B, limiting from
What page?
I believe it's 126. I don't have it in front of me.
From the mall to the casino.
From the mall to the casino.
Yeah.
When this ordinance was first proposed, that wasn't included in there. And I've talked to a number, I'm one of the applicants, I've talked to a number of the other applicants, and basically they feel like by shutting down that economic area, there's not a chance to make this an economically viable business. By being regulated to Machine Gun Park or the People's Park, we're being pushed off to the side. I'd also like to quote from Senate Bill 946. The bill would require a local authority that elects to adopt a sidewalk vending program to, among other things, not require a sidewalk vendor to operate within specific parts of the public right-of-way, except when that restriction is directly related to objective health, safety, or welfare concerns. And I'd like the council to highlight how allowing vendors downtown offers a direct threat to the health, safety, or welfare of the community.
No,
Okay?
yes, thank you. Other comments?
You're in the ordinance, yeah.
Good evening, Brittany Bryce-Sacker. I didn't plan on talking, but that inspired me to. My family has been in this community for many generations, and I understand entrepreneurship, and it's really exciting that a lot of people want to have their shot at that. However, I feel that long-standing businesses and buildings in town pay a really high amount in, sorry, I'm a little heated right now. In property taxes, sales taxes. We have taxes up the kazoo, and I don't think any of these vendors are going to have the same costs associated. And the Up for Whatever event really impacted our business. That was, I know, a one-off, but that was not fair. Our shop had zero revenue, and we were told to have everyone leave the hotel. And they weren't, and if they couldn't participate, they had to go up the fire escape in the back. Different things like that, just shutting off business. I don't even know where to begin. I could talk further later, but I get really irritated at all the art festival booths because it blocks revenue from us as well. I know there should be a place for everyone in this community, and if we could come to a compromise, but I think it's ridiculous if we are taxed so much with property taxes, business licenses, sales tax. We have a high fee as well, so that should be incorporated into the thought process.
I don't know that you have attended any of the meetings that the Chambers had. They've held a number of them about this, and I think the majority are, that's why we're trying to restrict some of, because we're also hearing what you all have been saying as business people.
Yeah, I haven't. I just saw this in an email from Jim, and I'm like, I gotta be there.
Okay, but nice to see you up here.
Thank you.
Steve Hayes, 353 Las Lomas. So I would just like to start by saying I commend the council, staff, and the city attorney for what they've done with this ordinance. It's a very difficult position you've been put into. The state put this in place, and the city has allowing street vending in certain areas, but also using the tools within the Senate bill to allow restrictions and accommodations for certain criteria, which is health and safety, the ambiance, and different things like that. I think that moving forward, the potential of what the impact would be for a few vendors are saying, yeah, we really want this and this would be great for us. But I believe that 95 plus people would not want this, and the long-term impact of having that type of activity in that area would affect our economy. It would affect the overall people of coming to this island, being crowded. They come here for an experience. The experience is what we sell is relaxing, beauty, unrestricted. You can go to Venice, you can go to Disneyland, you can go to parts of Mexico and have that experience. I like all those places, they're great. But what we're selling is something different. And if people are gonna spend the money they come to this island on that same experience, why not go somewhere else? We want to maintain what we have, and I think it's important that you've looked at that and you've used the tools which you are able to use. And I really commend you on what you've done with this ordinance. It still does allow vending for the people that want to, but it does put it in a place that will make it that our community will end up moving forward in a really good position without having a negative impact. And also, just to get the record kind of straight, I know we were saying that nobody's vending at this moment. I believe that's because no permits have been approved at this time. I know there were the last criteria that was put in place by the council need to be met with a certain criteria. And at this point, I don't believe that the city has contacted any individuals as to whether their permits were complete or if they've been approved or not approved. So we said anybody could be vending right now, but really nobody should be vending right now because the city has not approved, as far as I know, because I did put one in as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Evening. Madam Mayor, council members, Rob Walker with the Island Company. I want to echo what Steve had just mentioned. It's the Island Company's opinion and that we embrace the ordinance's intent to complement the business element within the community, but not at the expense of cannibalization of the existing businesses. I think Steve said it best, that there's a certain cachet and there's a certain sense of place and sense of arrival to the island. I've been to the island, or I've been working in the island for about 6 months now, and one of the attractive opportunities that I had was to join this island was for everything that it actually promotes right now. And when we come to the island and we walk up and down Crescent Street and Front Street, there's that sense of welcoming and charm that Avalon has, and it's complementary to the business strategy that is so important to the success of Avalon and the attraction to the 1 million visitors that we have coming to the island every year. Evidently, and some of our people have been sharing with me, that number of million visitors every year is starting to plane, if not dip a little bit. So we're at a little bit of a crisis stage here. If we want to promote our island as a world-class resort destination, the part of the arrival process can't be muddy waters, so to speak, with a lot of people, a lot of distraction, and the vendor population potentially impeding our ability to successfully compete amongst each other. Another one of our community members mentioned the high taxes that we pay, and we're certainly part of that programming with the Island Company. But we do that to protect the integrity of the operations that we have along Crescent Street. We're not opposed to the intent of the ordinance nor the actual deployment of these street vendors. We want to do it smart. We want to do it strategically. We want to do it with the community in mind, complementary, not contrasting. So, any questions? I welcome them.
No. Nice. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
And if I could just for the record note that the ordinance in the findings does contain the specific health, safety, and welfare language that is in there, and that one of the things that the ordinance does not do, it does not prohibit this due to economic competition. In other words, because it hurts local business, because the state says you cannot ban it for that reason, which is why the ordinance talks about the crowdedness, the aesthetics of Avalon, the fact that people come here, and that these are objective factors that we put in the ordinance, again, based upon what Carmel did. And
Objective.
Objective.
Okay.
Objective.
Carl.
I'm in favor of street vending. I just wanted to make 2 points. The one about the Crescent Avenue, I think it is a safety concern on Crescent Avenue because that's where all our traffic is, and long lines at the vending booths would cause a safety issue. On the part that Steve was mentioning about our visitors and what they come here for, what I've asked a lot of visitors, in particular cruise ship people that come in at ports, what sets Avalon apart from everyone else is we're one of those ports where they're not bombarded by solicitors when they exit the ship. They can come into the town, walk downtown, and freely purchase what they want, but they're not bombarded by all these, hey, buy this, hey, buy these straw hats, and I think that's the biggest thing I've taken from visitors is the fact that that's what we offer. They go to Mexico or they go to the Caribbean, they go other places, and as soon as you come off, you're bombarded. But here it's different, and I think we need to consider that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Carl. Okay.
One more.
Tony, you coming up?
Yeah.
You could have taken the shortcut and come around the front.
Went to life, I'm sorry. Mayor and Council, I agree. It's a good idea what you're putting together, and I think that the logic of what was explained makes sense to me. I also know that, you know, from representing the Conservancy, we just built a multi-million-dollar building next to a park that's probably going to get overridden with food service. And I come from the museum industry. I've done marine life parks. I have 35 years of experience with exactly the vendors that we're speaking of. And I think the issue with Machine Gun Park specifically, not only because it's next to my building, but it really takes the park atmosphere out of the park. It ends up, if there's a food vendor in that park, it's going to be people laying around, leaving debris. There's no restroom there. I know what happens in Exposition Park. I was there for years, and when you're displaying or releasing food in an area, food that goes in must come out. And when there's not a public restroom immediately in that park, that creates a huge issue for the people that surround that, both public and business.
But isn't your front door open? Isn't your front door, are you going to have a sign that says only restrooms for Conservancy members only?
Well, it could go, yes.
I'm being facetious, but yeah.
And Tony, I just want to point out that there is actually portable restrooms there.
I understand that. But from a sanitary standpoint, when you have food service involved, it changes things.
I agree.
And, you know, the other side is, you know, Denise knows, but the Conservancy is going through the fun of getting a restaurant opened in the city. And it's hard enough for a business that, you know, for 3 years has been talking to the city about doing this type of thing. So I just want to, again, echo the fact that the established businesses that are trying to do everything that the city has wanted work really hard. And I understand the need of the vendors, but I just think that, you know, I don't know how you're defining Crescent Street, because the park is adjacent to Crescent Street. So is it in or is it out? And at this point, being that it's adjacent to Crescent Street, maybe it doesn't allow food vending in that park. But the other side of me would say, well, you've just mentioned that that's one of the parks that could, so then you're going to have to amend the Crescent Street comment, because obviously that park would not be eligible as it's written, and I just want to point out that would be to my benefit, and I think to the benefit of every visitor coming to Avalon. The majority come through the mole. The majority would see that as the first spot. If food vendors were there, I think they're going to hit that with gusto.
Well, I don't, personally, I don't feel the need to exclude that park, because somebody could be selling fans and whatever else. It doesn't mean they're selling food just because they're in the park.
And park is defined as a public park owned by the city, except Joe Machado Field. Joe Machado Field is excluded because we have an exclusive concession there.
Oh, right, okay.
Because we have our vendor.
But not to say that food necessarily would end up there anyway. But
So they couldn't be in Machine Gun Park? That's not our... We don't own that.
I understand that, but you mentioned, I thought someone said Machine Gun Park,
Yeah,
and so
well, we were- yeah,
my understanding, it's an island company property, so therefore it's not eligible to have a vendor in it.
yeah, this is the first time that came to
Correct.
mind.
I mean, it's not under our ordinance. We can't limit what the island company does.
Right, no, I understand.
So does that exclude Machine Gun Park? Is that the...
It's not public property. You cannot have a City of Avalon authorized vending.
There's not a sidewalk through it, there's nothing like that.
One of the things that the ordinance, we can only control our public property. This only controls the land that the City of Avalon owns. And now, while we've defined the public park as being a public park owned by the city, when you look at the actual state law language, when it talks about public park, it doesn't define it. And actually, the City of Avalon, in its entirety, with the beaches and stuff, is like a public park, which is why we've added not only objective standards for health and safety, but we've talked about the aesthetics in our city in terms of we don't want to destroy that with the vendors in certain areas.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's all that question, problem, situation. Okay. That's it, folks? Any more?
Could I speak?
Sure.
I love a lot of these comments. You know, people love our town, and we are so unique. I think adding a no solicitation clause, just like the public performers have, is a very easily done thing which can mitigate all of this, hey, buy my stuff now. I don't think any of us want to be bombarded by people when we go down, and we don't want our visitors to have that same experience. The attorney had made a great point. It's section, excuse me. It is Item E, Section A of Senate Bill 946, perceived community animus or economic competition does not constitute an objective health, safety, or welfare concern. So if we are being denied Front Street due to a health, safety, or general welfare concern, I would ask, where are the vendors to go? Where are we allowed? Are we allowed only at the People's Park? Because if that's the case, I don't know a single vendor that would invest $25,000 and show up 4 days a week to sell at the People's Park. I don't know anyone that would invest that kind of money. All of the applicants I have spoken to, and I have not spoken with all of them, but all of the applicants I have spoken to have said it's kind of either a Front Street or bust kind of situation.
We added in casino.
Okay, where they're allowed is the following. The city park, all sidewalks in the city that are not on Front Street. So in other words, all the streets coming from Front Street through the residential area on all of the flats area, people can bend there. In any residential area with a sidewalk, they can walk and they can roam through that area. Right adjacent off of Front Street, for instance, I'm just going to pick a place. This sidewalk in front of, let's say, the Lobster Trap. That's not on Front Street. That would be an area there.
And we're not going to say, well, wait, you parked there and now you're blocking the walk.
As long as it's not blocked, as long as it's within the parameters of the ordinance.
But a sidewalk, if you've got a cart that cart, whatever the size of the cart was, that's not even going to fit on the sidewalk. How about in between Avalon Liquor and Catalina Cantina? The pedestrian walkway.
Pedestrian walkways are allowed.
Larry Joe's, I'm sorry.
Pedestrian walkways are allowed because if that's city's property, yes, it's allowed.
Okay, and between Lloyd's and the drugstore?
Yes, that's allowed.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
They still have to be so far away from the front of the business, they can't be by a light pole, they can't be by benches. They're still, he's making it sound like it's a blanket.
Right.
You can be in front, but you can't. You still have to follow the parameters.
We have walked those to know that, enough to know that, but it's, so it really can't happen. I mean, have we really looked at that to say, okay, but you're a light post here and you're a thing there, and really we're just going blah, blah, and really nothing will qualify anywhere.
I think Dan's walked the area.
So we spent the majority of our time on Front Street walking those areas. Now that's out of the equation, the areas that were identified, a couple of mentioned were Kids Park, Fuel Dock, if that's been added back to it. Lover's Cove, maybe across the street from Lover's Cove, is consideration, a kind of park, mini park-esque with the picnic tables there.
But they can't be within 10 feet of a picnic table.
They don't have to be within 10 feet of where the dive truck was?
Yeah.
25, 30 feet from the picnic tables.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we would have to spend some more time going up some of the streets. The concern is 48 inches. I mean, you need 48 inches on these sidewalks for clearance, so that's going to rule out a lot of the sidewalks. But staff would have to spend some time, and we would certainly do it before we come back with a resolution on a lottery system with what those might look like.
Yeah. Well, and I might disagree with you a little bit because in one regard that I think somebody would love to set up at People's Park if they have a food booth because of the kids and all the people that go back and forth. I think that's a great place for it. Personally.
City Hall, right in front of this courtyard here, City Hall. They could set up there. If you have a contentious council meeting.
So anyway, in that regard, I mean, I would almost like to say we could still have two booths at People's Park.
I think there's a lot of possibilities, but after having looked at the infrastructure and the monies required into investing into a cart, I don't think that a lot of people will do these. Something that no one has mentioned yet is every food cart in Los Angeles is required to have a commissary. A commissary is a licensed kitchen.
That's the same with us here.
Which is very hard to come by. I've spoken at length with Sharon, the health inspector, and basically you have to assemble a commercial kitchen with a unified drain. The type of preparations that go into this aren't insurmountable.
Right.
But to do it on a lottery system especially if you're a low-income entrepreneur, are you really going to put your life savings into something that you can only work for 6 months to a year? And I would just urge the city council to really consider that part of it, especially if you want to service the low-income and immigrant communities.
And all I would say is, with respect to the lottery system, if you don't have a lottery system, now what you're arguing is once you get a lottery, once you get your ticket, then it should be a number of years. As long as you have more applications than you have spaces, if we're going to limit it, you have to have some kind of a selection system. Whether you call it a lottery or not, it's going to be a selection system. Then the question is, once you get your permit, again, when we develop that system, you can give direction that you have that permit until you stop operating.
Right.
And then the next person on the list goes, and it becomes, you've already done this with vehicles. Right. We could easily take that system and make it applicable to sidewalk vending.
Right.
I personally feel like that system would be amenable to people that invest that kind of money. If you want to fulfill the intent of the bill, it's so very hard to ask people to invest a lot of money, especially people that this could be their entire life savings for something that could be taken away from them 6 months or a year down the road.
So the objection is the length of the permit, not that it's selected somehow.
I personally don't know what the best system would be, but that's why you guys are here to figure it out.
About it. It'll be coming back.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Another question is, what about, we haven't addressed Pebbly Beach or Lover's Cove. Is it applicable? Is vending applicable along Pebbly Beach Road?
There's no sidewalk there, so no, unless you change
what about up by the rock?
All along up to Abalone
Up on
Point.
that little area, yes, yes,
Point.
that
Okay.
would be allowed, yes.
But there's a sidewalk all along Lover's Cove.
Yes, it would be allowed on.
So, okay.
there. Yes.
And then, I guess, so I just want to address Matt's comment that I don't believe that you actually need to invest all of the money before you get a permit. I think your first step is to introduce your plans, and with a caveat that if you get the permit, this is what you would have. You may have to look at design drawings and whatnot, but you don't have to go through the process of the health department before you come to the city for a permit.
The way the ordinance is currently written, to receive the permit, you have to have received the health department permit as well. To receive the health department permit, you have to be in possession of the cart, you have to have a regulated commissary, you have to have that cart inspected as well. So there's significant costs that go along associated
So
with
I guess,
that.
can we circumnavigate that portion? If somebody were interested in food vending, could we say that you have a 6-month period to fulfill the requirements of the permit? Could we,
Yes.
it's, for food, could we waive the having to have the health permit ahead of time?
Yeah, you have to, because that means they would have to buy this stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so
I
let's
think
make
in turn,
it fair.
potentially is for food vendors, so they're going to prepare food on site, that maybe it's a 2-year permit, where others are 1. You don't have.
But you can't prepare food on
Well,
site
right now, it's only a
cart.
6-month permit, because we're.
After the first.
Right, but you can't
6-month
prepare food on site. You can't get a health permit to prepare food on site, can you?
If
That's-
you have a commissary.
That's what
Oh,
Matt's
if you
talking
have a
about here.
commissary, if you have a place to go at the end of the day and, okay,
Yeah,
right.
so that'd be the
It's just like
process
food
for.
trucks.
That'd be the
Okay.
process for hot dog vendors,
Got it.
cutting fruit types of things.
Got it.
We do have some vendors, some food vendors that are doing packaged food, packaged drinks. That can be a cart that's purchased and start
Got
up the
it.
next day with
Okay.
everything else that's supplied to
Well,
the city.
can we make this fair to
Yeah.
food vendors,
So-
though,
so-
that they don't have to actually incur this?
So what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at the ordinance, and if we want to do the first reading tonight, what I'm trying to say is, in the,
I don't think we can. Aren't you making too many changes to do this
I've
tonight?
already got the other 2 changes are already done.
Okay.
Already done. So what I could do is, we could change it such that you can apply for a permit. I just need 5 minutes. You can apply for a permit, and then you'll have within, let's say, 3 months of applying for a permit to get all your entitlements. And if you don't, then you don't get it. In other words.
3 months is not long enough.
It's not
But
long
3
enough.
months isn't fair
He
because
said he didn't-
that's
okay.
determined by what the health department has on their docket at the time. You could be in a 6-month waiting list before they even call you back.
So give me direction and I'm just.
A year.
I would say a year is fair.
So you get so you apply for it, you get your
win the
lottery
lottery
ticket.
ticket.
You win the lottery
And you have
ticket.
a year to go ahead and.
If you're doing food.
Is that
This is
realistic
food.
or is that really too far out? A year? A year's a lot.
I personally feel like that's a great solution to the problem. Looking at the timeline from what I've researched, 1 to 2 months for plan design, 3 to 4 months for construction, 1 to 2 months for health department approval. That seems like it'd be very doable.
So what if somebody comes out though and just says they buy an existing food truck that's already been kind of permitted somewhere?
Existing food carts are only allowed if they've been permitted within Los Angeles County.
Right.
There is a single manufacturer which creates that type of food cart. His minimum wait is 3 to 4 months for manufacturer of the food cart. It's Kareem's Carts, located in downtown Los Angeles.
But he's not the only manufacturer of food.
He's not, but he's the only one that has pre-approved plans through the Los Angeles County. Now, if you do buy this is where it gets really tricky. So many of the food vendors in LA County are not approved by the health department. So just because you have a cart in LA County doesn't necessarily mean you've been approved. And I'm sorry, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, and that's right, and you're right, and what they've done is this law had two purposes. One, to preempt city laws, so we can no longer do it. The second is to say that if you're operating without one of these things, you're not going to be criminally prosecuted. You get a civil penalty.
So somebody could show up with one that's not licensed through the county and there's nothing we can do that.
Well, they can get a civil fine, but
You can get a civil fine.
They have removed criminality from sidewalk vending.
I guess
So
it's
they
easier to
say.
find them here.
So what this has led to is a very big dearth of actually permitted carts in Los Angeles County. In fact, and because Los Angeles County has very high restrictions, while Ventura, Oxnard, all these other areas do not, believe me, I have done the research. I've looked for carts all throughout LA County to be permitted, and pretty much manufacturers just said, just go out there and do whatever, because the amount of money that it's going to cost you and the amount of time that it's going to cost you to do it right and to do it legal is more than it'll cost you in illegal fines.
So let me take direction from the council, because I don't think with all maybe if you want to make it a year, maybe what we do is I can rewrite the ordinance, and because if we're going to say someone can apply for a permit and give them up to a year to get all the valid things that they get, then I don't want to put a 6-month limitation on the permits. And what we do want to have you have to have everything ready to go if you're selling merchandise, but for the food, you can get a permit, then you have a year to get all your certificates.
For a licensed cart.
For a licensed cart.
You sell food that's not on a licensed cart, that's prepackaged.
Oh, licensed cart, that makes sense.
Because ice
Using the
cream,
term
I
licensed
can
cart.
do ice cream cart with prepackaged ice cream in a minute, or not a minute, but that'll be soon. Well, then.
That is
now
correct.
we got-
Prepackaged foods do not
Now you've
require a
got
health
three types.
department.
I know, so now we got a piece of property, then we got something that's not being used
Yeah,
at
I'm
all
gonna bring it
for
back.
up to a year.
Because what line they like to get into.
I know, but we're not having,
LA County's not us.
I know.
Okay, so what's the
Okay.
agreement on the number of days per week and the
4.
minimum?
4.
4 is the agreement?
4 and 4.
Pam, do you agree to that?
Yeah, we haven't heard from.
He's probably.
Okay, and minimum hours, minimum 4 hours per day.
Yes.
Okay, so then you're gonna bring this back.
I'm bringing this back also with the exception for the casino dock until a vendor with a contract with the city begins operations there.
Right.
And then we're going to go ahead and work on a permitting system. Do you want me to just eliminate the 6-month period?
Yeah,
Let's
there's
just make it
something
a-
in there. If we find out that they're not obeying this law and this law and this law, we can.
We
shut
can
them
always
down.
amend the ordinance, yes.
Well, we can just shut them down immediately.
Okay, so I will amend that, and then we'll go through, I'll come back with the merchandise, the prepared foods, and then the ones that require the permit.
The carts.
Licensed.
The license.
You're welcome, Dan.
I just want to check on, for staff's direction, the first 6 permits that go out, we're going to go off the top of the list.
No, we got to do lottery.
We're going to have the lottery system
all the way through.
So, what I'll try and do is this, I'm going to bring back the parameters of the lottery system, because that's going to be a work in progress, and I don't want to do that via ordinance, because you need 2 readings and stuff. But I'll bring back the parameters at the next meeting and see if we can get some consensus on this, so that the people who would be applying know what the basic rules will be. And again, I will tell the council, if you have ideas as to what your preference would be, email me, let me know, and then we'll bring back a potpourri of options at the next meeting.
Well, and I hope those people that out there that just came, oh, and you, Carl, you can speak about it, that just came to put a placeholder in, you know, just in case, I hope that you would say, okay, really, this is all we were, as a placeholder in case, so, and back away, so that those who really want to try to do something have an opportunity to do that. Because to take a thing and go, oh, well, man, I can't even find anybody to staff this, what am I doing? That's just wasting everybody's time.
Perfect.
Okay, Carl wants to say something.
I just wanted to mention about the commissary. There, you can, with the vending permits and stuff, you can have your home be your commissary. You just have to have it permitted and inspected. You can also, this sounds like another business opportunity for somebody, a commercial kitchen. Yes, you can.
According to Sharon, the health department inspector, you cannot use your home as a commissary. Absolutely not.
And you can put a commercial kitchen in there if you wanted to.
Yes, but another business opportunity is a commercial kitchen. People have commercial kitchens, they rent them out to people, and each of these 6 permittees can use that commercial kitchen. Also, I didn't...
No,
right, hold on.
We're gonna come back.
Regardless of this dispute on home kitchen, we're going to require, before you operate, you're going to have it already is in there, you have to have a county permit. So whatever the county requires, you're going to have if you're going to be legally operating and have one.
But also with cart dimensions and stuff, I would think that people would vend food more like a baseball game or something. You have hot or cold holding containers and you're mobile.
Right.
Because these 8-foot by 4-foot carts you're not going to be able to fit them anywhere and still have that clearance around them. So people are going to, I see it more like a baseball game. Get your hot dogs. Get your hot dogs. And someone's got their big old thing on there they're walking around with.
So we were nice to give them that much space, but yeah, whether that's realistic. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think did we beat this horse a little bit? Okay, but it's good to do this. This is good.
And again, the size that everyone's talking about, just so you know, the size is a maximum size. It's not the minimum size.
Exactly.
It's the maximum size.
Exactly.
It can be smaller, and we're also, just so it's aware, pursuant to the city manager's direction to me, we're also going to have a provision in there where you're responsible for your own trash. In other words, they have to have some kind of...
they can't just use city receptacles.
They just can't use city receptacles. They've got to have some kind of a trash system with them, either their own little trash can or something where the customers can put...
I don't think that's right. Because if I'm going to grab a hot dog and I'm going to walk down the street, it's going to go in a city trash can.
No, that's not.
Nobody's saying that.
No, I know, but...
You can do that.
They're not saying...
Okay.
The vendors, talking about the vendors.
Let's say that I'm selling bottles of water and I bring down 12 cases of bottles of water. All that trash that surrounds those cases of water can't just go in a city receptacle. I have to take those back and dispose of them myself.
Where?
At my home.
Okay, but I'm from Long Beach, and I come over and I bring cases of water and I put up my card table and I sell water.
Do you have a permit?
I will, because I'm not on the list, but I'm going to be in the lottery. So because we can't really exclude people from the mainland, correct? So, and not that they're going to be coming over. I just think that might be a little much on the
I might
trash.
be able to look at it, and when we're doing the lottery system or the selection system, if lottery is a bad word, we give preference to local businesses. If we can legally do that, we're going to do that.
Legally do that, I would
Well, I
prefer to
think
do
I'm
that.
probably in the minority about the trash. So,
I'd like to see it added in there because I don't think it's Eddie Vega's responsibility, the contractor's responsibility to clean up the trash from the business. That's part of going to All other businesses we're required to use our allotted dumpsters, and we pay for that. So I absolutely think that should be in there.
And there's still council consensus, I just want to make certain, because when we come back, it'll be ready to go, that we're limiting it to 6, and basically Front Street is off limits for the initial ordinance
Avenue.
adoption.
It's Crescent Avenue.
Crescent Avenue.
I just wanted to clarify, Los Angeles County does require every permitted cart to have its own trash receptacle built into the cart. That's part of the requirement.
But that's food. That doesn't necessarily mean the T-shirt vendor.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And I think elimination of trash, and I mean, we want to have a great place. We don't want to have that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we also have to tell those vendors that we have a plastic ban and straw
Plastic bag ban.
ban and all that,
And all
so
that.
they'd have to adhere to that as well.
Did I hear Pam?
Okay,
Pam.
well, Pam, I know you're there, right?
I am there.
Oh, my gosh.
Yay.
Thoughts?
Well, they were all great. They were all great comments.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is there's nothing in the state law that says that we have to guarantee the vendor is going to make the amount of money that they expect to make. So, and the other thing I would say is that bravo for looking at Carmel. One of the things they did in order to buttress their findings is they did a prison study, and I think that was very helpful in terms of the mall and Front Street and some of our narrow sidewalks that we're not going to be submitting, so that if there were a challenge, we have some ready to go evidence.
Okay, did you, I couldn't understand a lot of that, so.
I understood exactly what Councilmember out.
Yeah, I know that's the attorney. Yeah.
Okay, well, so we're good.
I'll talk with Dan about that.
Okay, all righty. Is there any other comments? Okay, then we'll adjourn the meeting. Good night, Tony. Good night, Pam.